Order!
O God, in our remaining sitting days, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Good afternoon, members. Minister statements. Minister, good day in the Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, international interest in the North has been increasing steadily over the past few years. As the effects of climate change increase access to the Arctic, the global geopolitical context for the region is changing. With enormous untapped opportunities for shipping, research, and resource development, many countries are looking to influence the development of policies and international agreements that will benefit them and their interests in the region. Global powers like China, Russia, and the United States are deliberately ramping up their presence and level of activity within their own borders and across the circumpolar world in an effort to secure and further their national priorities. Of particular interest to these nations is the potential for new and shorter shipping routes through the Arctic Ocean. There is also distinct interest in the resource potential of the Arctic as changing sea ice and climatic conditions make previously stranded resources more accessible. Other countries are investing heavily in infrastructure, developing national plans, and trying to influence international policies in anticipation of new opportunities in the Arctic so they can better pursue their national interests. Canada so far has not kept pace with its own efforts to establish its roles or interests in the Arctic, let alone ensure the people of the Arctic have the same or even similar quality of life as Southern Canadians. For its part, Canada has interests in the Arctic beyond simple geographic sovereignty, even if, as a nation, we are not entirely clear about them. Resource potential is maybe the most obvious one. We already know there are substantial reserves of onshore and offshore oil and gas in the region that are not being developed. These reserves are only going to become more strategically significant as China, for one, continues to look to lock in secure energy sources to fuel its economic growth. We're also home to many of the minerals that will fuel the global green economy, including cobalt, gold, lithium, bismuth, and rare earth elements. The makers of batteries, solar panels, wind turbines, handheld electronics, and computers rely on these minerals to make their products more efficient. The North also has significant potential as a hub for international trade and transportation. The polar route can cut as much as 20 days off the time it takes to reach Asia from Europe, and airports in the territories are closer to Beijing, Tokyo, Moscow, and other European capitals than southern cities. As a nation, Canada should be looking to capitalize on these advantages and start capitalizing on the opportunity to capture a piece of the global trade that is currently passing through our airspace and waters. These investments, if made strategically with proper consultation, consideration, and decision-making with Indigenous, territorial, and federal governments at the helm, will be instrumental in bringing prosperity and jobs to our communities. There are opportunities to grow local and regional economies, build wellness, and shape the future of Canada from the Northwest Territories. While the case for Northern development might be clear to us here in the Northwest Territories, we are competing with a lot of other priorities on the national stage, and we need to make sure we are doing our part to promote our interests in southern Canada. While Canada likes to think of itself as a northern country, Mr. Speaker, the North continues to be a bit of a mystery to many Canadians. Educating them and their leaders about the realities of the North, the people who live here, and our needs and priorities is an important part of generating support for national action to strengthen Canada's position in the Arctic. That is why I have been calling for the creation of a national plan for strengthening Canada's position in the Arctic in my meetings with my fellow premiers. I have also been taking my message to the public and to influential academics and policymakers who are involved in thinking about the Arctic. As part of these efforts, the Government of the Northwest Territories co-hosted a national mini-conference on this topic with the Institute for 21st Century Questions in Toronto. Speakers at the conference included Nunavut Premier Joe Sabac-Attak, former Quebec Premier and Federal Cabinet Minister Jean Charest, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of National Defence Peter MacKay, and former Federal Member of Parliament Martha Hall Findlay, as well as a number of leading academics. Attendees included a number of other political figures, business leaders, senior government officials, and academics. Later today, at the appropriate time, I will table a copy of remarks made by myself and by Premier Sabac-Attak at the event. The feedback I have been getting nationally, Mr. Speaker, has been positive. My fellow premiers and others I have been talking to in the South are very interested in the potential of the North and agree that Canada needs a plan. Turning the massive potential of the North into sustainable northern communities and jobs and opportunities for ourselves and all Canadians will take determination, commitment, and significant investment in nation-building projects. As Northerners, we need to keep the discussion going, Mr. Speaker, and do our part to make sure that our territories and our people are the beneficiaries of the new international interests in the Arctic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister statement. Minister Ike Godin, the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice under the Community Justice and Policing Division has been leading an innovative whole-of-government pilot program in Yellowknife called Integrated Case Management, or ICM. This program has been designed to understand and fundamentally reform the way social envelope services are accessed and delivered in the N.W.T. by identifying the barriers and challenges residents face when obtaining services. ICM works from a person-centered, strength-based approach with strong equity-based principles that acknowledge that not all members of our community start from the same place. This means we may need to use different approaches to reach the goal of equal access to services for all community members. Throughout the life of the ICM pilot program, our government has learned various lessons and identified systemic barriers to service provision in Yellowknife. In 2017, a third-party program evaluation was conducted and found success in the provision of person-centered services with significant individual positive outcomes for program participants. The ICM program is currently undergoing a second evaluation that includes a robust analysis of system-level impacts, including targeted data analytics and a social return on investment analysis. Although we know system change takes time, we are looking forward to this evaluation shedding some light on early indicators of success in providing recommendations for moving forward in our efforts to improve service integration and access in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest lessons learned from the ICM program and its whole-of-government approach is that complex social challenges cannot be addressed in a siloed, system-centered service provision environment. It is not enough that our services are available. They must be accessible and delivered in a timely and supportive manner that ensures all members of our community feel respected and are treated with dignity. We need to do things differently. We need to work together to provide integrated, person-centered services that facilitate well-being and self-sufficiency for all community members that create better opportunities for people to succeed. To this end, I wish to advise members of the Legislative Assembly that Deputy Ministers from the social envelope departments have committed to working together to look at the feasibility of reforming service delivery throughout the N.W.T. through the development of a territory-wide integrated service delivery model. This initiative will look at the findings, recommendations, and lessons learned from the ICM program, while also incorporating various service reform efforts currently underway. The initiative will focus on addressing systemic and structural issues across all government departments and work to enhance the capacity of the system to respond in a timely, effective, integrated manner that meets the needs of all residents of the N.W.T. It is time to commit to acting on a common agenda that puts the needs of our residents at its core. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this is the role of government. Officials are prepared to embrace the challenges that come with this commitment and present the next government with a roadmap for service delivery reform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister statement. Minister Ike Godin and the Minister Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has made a commitment at the beginning of this Legislative Assembly to support the effective co-management of our caribou herds. As you know, many of our herds are experiencing rapid declines, and it is our shared responsibility as a government and territory to promote their recovery. Range plans are a vital part of how we work together to co-manage our caribou herds and provide guidance to decision makers, developers, and communities to manage activities on the land in a way that supports healthy caribou populations. Mr. Speaker, today, after years of work, I am pleased to officially release two new range planning documents, the Bathurst Caribou Range Plan and the Framework for Boreal Caribou Range Planning. These documents provide important tools to protect the habitat of our vulnerable caribou populations and fulfill an important mandate commitment made by this Legislative Assembly. Barren ground caribou populations have historically experienced periods of highs and lows, but of all the barren ground herds, the Bathurst caribou herd has suffered the most dramatic decline, from a high of 450,000 animals in the mid-80s to a current low of about 8,200 animals. This is despite extensive efforts to support conservation and promote herd recovery. The Bathurst Caribou Range Plan is a response to calls for action to help the herd recover and ensure its habitat remains healthy. It includes guidance for managing the overall disturbance on the land and tools to reduce and manage impacts to caribou and caribou habitat. It is also an attempt to balance these recovery efforts with the benefits of industrial development. Human activities and land use need to be managed carefully, Mr. Speaker, particularly when caribou numbers are low and more vulnerable to disturbance. Range planning helps establish certainty around land use, which is critical to achieving both conservation and development goals and contribute to a strong and prosperous territory. 21 organizations and co-management partners worked together to develop the Bathurst Caribou Range Plan over 5 years, Mr. Speaker. This included all levels of government and Indigenous organizations, as well as co-management boards, industry, and environmental groups. The plan is based on knowledge and perspectives grounded in both traditional knowledge and science, and I am very grateful to everyone involved for their hard work, and dedication. The range plan for Bathurst caribou looks to northerners as caribou guardians and recognizes the shared responsibility for managing development to support the recovery of the herd. Applying this plan effectively as part of the land use decision will require a genuine commitment from governments, organizations, developers, communities, and individuals across multiple jurisdictions. In the next few days, we will also be releasing a framework for boreal caribou range planning. This document will guide the development of 5 regional range plans for boreal caribou in the Northwest Territories. These are the caribou that live in the forests east of the Mackenzie Mountains. They are listed as a threatened species under the federal and territorial legislation. The framework was developed with our co-management partners and includes a maiden-and-north approach to managing boreal caribou and their habitat. While the Northwest Territories' population of boreal caribou is currently considered stable overall, careful management of habitat disturbance will be important to maintain a healthy and sustainable population for the future. The regional range plan developed under this framework will help ensure there is enough forest across the Northwest Territories to support a healthy and sustainable population of boreal caribou. The framework is a critical step, but is just a beginning. Work to develop regional range plans can now get underway and will begin in the southern Northwest Territories and Wekwiji regions where there is wildfire and industrial activity, followed by the Satu, Gwich'in, and Nunavut regions. Each plan will be developed in collaboration with our co-management partners and is expected to take at least 2 years to complete. The Government of the Northwest Territories remains committed to managing the land and natural resources of the Northwest Territories in a way that is sustainable, responsible, and responsive, relying on shared herds, tools like this framework and range plan to make effective decisions within our strong co-management and regulatory system. I am confident both of these documents provide effective tools and approaches for protecting caribou in the Northwest Territories, and I look forward to seeing them in action as we work with our partners to help implement them successfully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister's statement. Minister Ike Goodin and the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the early years, from birth to age 5, are among the most critical for a child's development. The Department of Education, Culture and Employment recognizes the need to support safe and high-quality early learning environments for children to grow into healthy adults and fulfill their potential as capable people. We know that parents and caregivers have the greatest responsibility and influence on their children's development. An effective and integrated early childhood system that provides the necessary services, supports, and resources to families with young children is essential to ensure our children have the best support possible to help them succeed. Accessible and affordable early childhood services in every community are a critical part of the Department's mandate and necessary to support working caregivers. We have been enhancing our programs, services, interactions, and support for early childhood operators and working with communities to ensure there are options available for families. As all families with 4- and 5-year-old children now have the option to access early learning programming within their local schools, there is now a focus on childcare for children from birth to 3 years old. We know the level of childcare required across the territory varies from year to year, depending on birth rate, employment status, and the needs and preferences of families. Understanding unique community needs for childcare is an important factor for developing approaches across the territory. A one-size-fits-all approach will not serve our families or our communities. Mr. Speaker, the Supporting Access to Childcare Action Plan provides a vision for accessible childcare in the Northwest Territories and outlines a phased-in approach for making childcare more accessible and affordable for families throughout the Northwest Territories. I'll be tabling this document later today. As members of this House know, the Department received funding through a bilateral agreement under the 2017 Federal Early Learning and Childcare Initiative. Our new plan expands upon the Right from the Start Early Childhood Framework and Action Plan It provides an overview of 6 key elements with goals and actions that contribute to accessible early learning and childcare in the Northwest Territories. The plan highlights current work and provides additional actions specifically related to infrastructure and affordability. Mr. Speaker, in spite of efforts to increase the number of communities with licensed early childcare programs, there remains 11 communities without them. We are currently working with the communities of Colville Lake, Deda, Enterprise, Jane Marie River, Kakiza, Lutzoke, Nahani Butte, Norman Wells, Sambake, Wrigley, and Sigachek to determine their needs and what the community can support. For some, sustainable early childhood programming may take the form of parent and child drop-in opportunities or support groups, and for others, there may be a need for and interest in opening licensed early childhood centers or family day homes. We've invited representatives from each of these communities to the Early Childhood Symposium happening August 21st to 23rd to discuss their specific needs and how we may help. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my minister's statement.
Mussey. Members seeking unanimous consent to conclude the minister's statements. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Although we continue to face challenges in this area, I know that the work done during this Assembly will have a lasting positive impact. We have increased rates to all licensed spaces from infant to preschool, increased the number of early childhood scholarships up to 30 this year from 10, and remodeled our funding programs for licensed early childhood programs. The Supporting Access to Childcare Action Plan outlines our way forward. It addresses challenges and suggests solutions to meet childcare needs across the territory. We are focusing on community-driven programs, increasing available spaces, exploring infrastructure potential, stabilizing parent fees, increasing the number of early childhood staff with post-secondary credentials, and providing specific funding to support children with complex needs, including those with developmental challenges. The types of quality early childhood experiences available will vary greatly across the territory, but we are committed to working with all communities to improve access and ensure a tailored approach that will meet the needs of families and children. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Mussey. Colleagues, I'd like to draw your attention to visitors in the gallery. We have with us Mr. David Ramsey, former member of 15th, 16th, and 17th Assembly. Welcome to our Assembly again. And of course, we have with us Morgan McPherson, my EA, my CA, as part of my office. Welcome. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to speak on the Team N.W.T's recent participation in the Western Canada Summer Games. First off, I'd like to congratulate all members of Team N.W.T for their performance. Our athletes were excellent ambassadors of our northern spirit and territory. But I want to specifically celebrate the outstanding accomplishments of Leo Conga, one of my constituents. He pushed hard and brought home gold in 50-meter butterfly, as well as 2 bronze medals in the 100-meter and 200-meter butterfly at this year's Games in Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Leo's dedication to sport, teamwork, and personal excellence serves as a model example of what we can achieve when we dedicate ourselves to realizing our goals. Leo has literally set a gold standard. Mr. Speaker, the Western Canada Summer Games were first held in Regina in 1975 and provided Western and Northern athletes the opportunity to compete at a high performance level, meet and interact with fellow athletes their age. Every 4 years, the year before the Summer Olympics, nearly 2,300 athletes representing the 4 Western provinces and 3 territories meet to compete in 23 summer sport disciplines. I want to recognize all Team N.W.T volunteers, officials, parents, and support networks. They have all demonstrated a dedication to go that extra mile to ensure that the athletes have the best experience possible and who all support their athletic pursuits. Their dedication of time and monetary support to the training and skills development of our next generation is so very important. Mr. Speaker, all of us have an obligation to build a foundation for future generations by promoting healthy and active living among children and youth. Sports and physical activity have a proven effect of improving the physical and mental well-being of participants. The N.W.T will be hosting the Western Canada Summer Games in 2027, and I hope we all play our part to ensure that we send the biggest team yet from the N.W.T to these games. Mr. Speaker, again, I would like to congratulate all of Team N.W.T on their fine performance. I'm sure the members will join me acknowledging how proud we are of Leo and his teammates. We wish them all the very best as they progress in their chosen sports and in future competitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Leo.
Merci. Congratulations. You make N.W.T proud. There it is. Merci. Looking forward to more medals. Member statement. Member Ike Godan in the Member YELLOWKNIFE Center.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in our mandate, we describe community and family violence as a crisis and determined to take action. 4 years on, it's still a crisis, and our efforts have flagged. According to Statistics Canada, the national incidence for intimate partner violence is 313 people per 100,000 population. In the Northwest Territories, the rate is an astonishing 2,906 people per 100,000 population, or about 9 times as high. These are 2017 numbers, but they've been at this level for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, when the Coalition Against Family Violence was still active, it had 3 priorities. The first was to prevent and address the normalization of family violence. The ask here was to make intimate partner violence as unacceptable as drinking and driving, or smoking, or deciding not to wear a seatbelt. My pleas to repeat the family violence survey conducted in 2007 fell on deaf ears. A new survey would have produced valuable and updated information about prevailing attitudes to family violence so that messaging could be targeted to specific groups of residents. The second priority of the Coalition Against Family Violence was to ensure an adequate emergency response. I'm pleased to say there has been some movement in this area. Funding for family violence shelters has increased, and operating standards are going to be rolled out this fall. I advocated for a safe house pilot project in one of the 11 communities without police, but to no avail. If you're a woman looking for safety in one of these communities, help may still be hours away. The final Coalition Against Family Violence priority was healing. Women have asked for healing for their partners because they believe the whole family will benefit. The evaluation of the New Day Men's Healing Program said it was effective, but that didn't stop the Department of Justice from revamping it and narrowing its scope. As a result, a fraction of people are enrolled compared to the number who took part in the previous Tree of Peace program. I'm disappointed with this outcome. We need more healing, not less. Mr. Speaker, the government has taken an important step by creating an interdepartmental committee on family violence. They need to start by looking at the priorities outlined by the Coalition Against Family Violence. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Merci.
Member statements. Looking at that, the neck carrying the Amic annually. What to get anyone member YELLOWKNIFE Center, member statement about that.
Merci, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They need to start by looking at the priorities outlined by the Coalition Against Family Violence because they are still relevant. Their challenge is to create policies and programs that demonstrate that family violence is not normal and there is something we can do about it. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Member statement. Member Ike Godan in the Member YELLOWKNIFE North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk today about P3 contracts. Public-private partnerships have been used to achieve some of our large infrastructure projects here in the north, like the new Stanton Territorial Hospital, and will be the method used for the N.W.T. Road. The benefit of P3s is that projects that would otherwise not have funding can be completed using long-term payments that don't require an increase in taxes. That way, government funds can be used elsewhere for other priorities. But, Mr. Speaker, our government has policies to support northern businesses. To be consistent, I think we need better rules for P3s. We need to ensure that in each case there's a strong benefit component to northerners. For example, we have a detailed business incentive policy. It ensures that northern businesses bidding on government contracts have an advantage when BIP is applied. So as the government conducts operations, northern businesses can successfully be awarded government work. Similarly, our negotiated contracts policy is designed to provide benefits to northern businesses and communities. Negotiated contracts are intended to create growth in non-market communities or regions, providing jobs for northerners, support for new and developing businesses, and opportunities for on-the-job training and apprenticeships. A good example is the recent Norman Wells Health Centre. There, the negotiated contract provided not only substantial work for northern businesses, but also trades training and life skills development in all Sahtu communities. But when it comes to P3s, BIP doesn't apply, and northern benefits aren't always negotiated. An example is the company managing the New Stanton Hospital. When the hospital opened, the contract for coffee throughout the hospital went to a southern company. Needless to say, Yellowknife coffee suppliers were not happy. The complaint was resolved, and we now have a northern coffee supplier at the new hospital. But the lesson is clear. BIP and our negotiated contracts policy make sure that northern businesses, communities, and individuals gain the most benefits from the government conducting business. In that same way, if we keep using P3s, northerners need to reap the benefits of substantial public spending. We have policies that already work for northerners. Injecting them into the P3 contracting process is the way we must go in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Masi. Member statement. Member Ike Godan and the member Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Three couples of the Decho riding celebrated long-term anniversaries with family get-togethers, dinners, and dances. The loving couples were treated like royalty by their families and created lots of love and happiness in the community. Mr. Speaker, the union of two people in love and marriage is a special moment in life. Living and building a life together commonly brings the joy of children and family. Of course, there are the low points and the challenges, but working through those moments together only make you stronger. I'm happy to recognize the following married couples that celebrated their anniversaries. Fred and Veronique Sabrin of Fort Providence were married July 27, 1954. Veronique's maiden name was Samale. They met at La Chaumière, a village down from Fort Providence. They have 11 children, 32 grandchildren, 1 great-grandchild. Fred and Veronique can often be found at their cabin about 3/4 of the way down river to Horn River. Daniel and Emily Squirrel of Fort Providence were married January 6, 1959. Emily's maiden name is Bonnerouche. Daniel asked Emily's grandfather for Emily's hand in marriage. They have 5 children, 5 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandson. Daniel and Emily actively attend local events and often are at their cabin at the winter crossing. Sarah and Gabe Chico of Kakiza were married July 6, 1959. Sarah's maiden name was St. Pierre. They met at the old community. They have 5 children, 4 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren. Both Sarah and Gabe continue to be active in their community, often helping their sons fish and making dry fish. I would like to once again express my congratulations to these married couples. Congratulations, and may you have many more years of love and happiness. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Member statement. Member Ike Godan and the member Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, resource development in the Northwest Territories dates back to original mineral exploration in the 30s in the Sahtu region. The mining industry is the main economic driver of the Northwest Territories economy, an industry that sustains government direct benefits and contributes to a supply chain that includes a vast amount of Northerners and businesses. Mr. Speaker, a new era has shown new potentials in the region's abandoned sector and great wealth for economic opportunities from yesterday's federal announcement on the Government of Canada's new Northern Abandoned Mine Reclamation Program. One of the listed areas is the Great Bear Lake, consisting of multiple smaller sites in close proximity to each other. This is welcoming news, while we attribute to modernizing industry legislation from the days of its original rights issuances. Legislation that we hope will provide confidence and certainty. Mr. Speaker, advancing and acknowledging the devolution resource development responsibilities provides me with confidence that our government recognizes the potential for enhancing economic opportunities by engagement with all Northern stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, I look forward in participating on the process of this modernization legislation and viewed as economic sustainability support. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Member statement. Member Ike-Godanen, Member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, like others, there are no recycling facilities for paper, cardboard, and metals. With increased consumerism, waste reduction and recycling issues are essential. Our neighbours in the south, in Edmonton, Alberta, have a world-renowned waste management facility. For us to not even have a recycling depot for cardboard and paper is unacceptable. We are further behind than we should be reducing pollution and waste. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the dump in Fort Simpson, you'll see piles and piles of waste cardboard and paper that could be recycled. Starting up a recycling facility would reduce our contribution to the landfill and the negative impact that the waste has on the natural environment. If government would have a recycling program for paper and cardboard, we'd increase the lifespan of our dumps, which in turn would help the environment. In addition to the benefit of the environment, recycling has a new facility would provide a new industry for employment in my riding. Perhaps we could have a hand in each community with the main facility being in Fort Simpson, where all the recycling from the riding is sent out. This possible structure could create at least one position in each community of my riding, as well as more positions at the main facility in Fort Simpson. Mr. Speaker, we currently have a bottle depot in Fort Simpson for recycling cans, plastic, glass bottles, and electronics. We have a smaller bottle depot in the surrounding communities. The recycling depot in Fort Simpson could be expanded to become a crushing facility. Material would be sorted, crushed, and then sent out, rather than being sent out sorted but not crushed. This would provide more employment in my riding. Highlights from the N.W.T. Waste Reduction and Recovery Program 2013-2014 annual report said electronic recycling pilot project was instated in September 2013 and collected over 7 tons of electronics. These results are astonishing. It would be to introduce more recycling facilities in ridings for different materials so that the N.W.T. can contribute to yielding such great results in recycling. Mr. Speaker, the results of this pilot project were proven to be successful, and electronic recycling has been implemented across N.W.T. Why not introduce a program for paper and cardboard now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member statement. Member Ike-Godanen, Member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, summer nears to its end, so does the summer school break. Parents have been planning for the children heading back to school, and parents with young ones at home are planning for babysitters and daycare. In smaller communities such as Fort McPherson, we don't have the option for daycare. Mr. Speaker, let me note a few points about the benefits of daycare. The emotional well-being by sending our children to daycare at a young age, they become comfortable in social situations. The developmental opportunities. Daycare staff are trained and can teach our children developmental skills. Attending daycare in the early stages of life helps our children with physical, emotional, social, language, and cognitive development. Mr. Speaker, there's a house specifically for daycare use with inspections on a regular basis, checking for safety and health hazards. The house sits empty. Last March, funding was cut and the daycare was closed indefinitely. Daycare is necessary for most parents, both of whom are working. Having your child in daycare is much better than having to worry about if the babysitter will show up. Single parents who want to go back to school or find employment rely on daycare opportunities. Just having the option, knowing that daycare is a viable source, believe me, has less stress. Mr. Speaker, let me add that daycare helps children develop skills to make them successful for junior kindergarten. Having a structure in place with teachings in a fun setting adds to our children's joy, enjoying school and wanting to learn. Parents in Fort McPherson are requesting daycare. They want this in place as soon as we can in order for them to have a steady, reliable place for their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll have questions later today.
Merci. Member statement. Member Ike-Godin, the member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. February 2015, Strategic Oil and Gas Limited stopped production in the Cameron Hills field in the Northwest Territories. It bought the operations from Paramount Resources a couple of years before that, and N.W.T approved the assignment of regulatory approvals to the new owner. The field consists of 50 wells, winter roads, summer all-terrain vehicle trails, an oil gathering system, a central battery, temporary and permanent camps, airstrips, barrel pits, and bridges. A Class A water license and a Type A land use permit covers activities in the N.W.T. It also holds an operations authorization from the Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations, 15 production licenses, and 11 significant discovery licenses in the Northwest Territories. Following some research, it looks like there's never been an approved closure and reclamation plan for Cameron Hills. 3 different versions of a closure and reclamation plan have been submitted, and all have been rejected as inadequate. More recently, a workshop was held in Hay River in February 2019 on closure of the field, and a new plan is due tomorrow, August 21st. Trading was halted in Strategic Oil and Gas in April 2019 on the Toronto Stock Exchange, and some directors have resigned. Strategic Oil and Gas is now in creditor protection with KPMG, a large international accounting and audit firm, as the court-appointed monitor. On May 9, 2019, the Alberta Court of Queen's Bench granted a revised stay of proceeding until September 30th, 2019. Further, the court approved a process to begin the sale of its assets. In June, I asked a series of questions on the status of Strategic Oil and Gas Holdings and the N.W.T, its liabilities, and what our government is doing to protect our interests. I found out that only $3 million is held in financial security, and that there does not appear to be any estimates of its liabilities. On the KPMG website, there is a document showing a list of unsecured creditors, including one from the N.W.T, and an estimate of $12.375 million for the end-of-life obligations for Morogo, although the executive director tells me they had no input into this figure. This would leave a shortfall of over $9 million for environmental liabilities from a company that is in creditor protection. Needless to say, I'll have questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment on what our government is doing to protect taxpayers and the environment. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Member statement. Member Ike-Godin and the member Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in February of this year, I did a member statement on healthcare in relation to elders, where I talked about multiple system-related issues that Nanakput residents had brought to my attention. Today, I'd like to expand on the subject of healthcare in relation to Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, among the issues I mentioned in my previous statement on healthcare, I talked about the need for more culturally safe and appropriate healthcare to be offered to the people of the Northwest Territories. Ironically, the day after I made the statement, the Department of Health and Social Services came out with a cultural safety plan, which I was very glad to see and address some of the core issues in healthcare. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, there are other issues which my constituents have experienced recently in relation to health department, particularly with medical travel. For example, there was one case where a medical patient was required by their doctor to have an escort to travel to Edmonton with them for an appointment. However, the medical travel personnel viewed the situation differently and left the patient in need without any escorts at all. Mr. Speaker, I understand that every patient has different medical circumstances and that our health department must address each situation accordingly. However, my biggest concern with medical travel is that when some patients require translators, that option does not seem to be made readily available all the time. Mr. Speaker, situations like these should not be occurring anymore in this day and age, where patients are faced with language barriers upon receiving health care in the Northwest Territories. After all, we are a territory that recognizes 11 official languages. Therefore, it is imperative that all of our government services, not only health care, be made available in each of our official languages when they are needed. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have assurance that all of our citizens across the Northwest Territories, regardless of their identity, language, or where they live, are well informed of their medical situations, that the options of care that are available to them, especially when it comes to medications and when surgery is involved. Mr. Speaker, we as a government need to ensure that our healthcare system is looking after the needs of both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples equally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to move to item 6, recognition of visitors in the gallery, on the orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member seeking unanimous consent to move item number 6 after member statements. Are there any nays? There are no nays. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Constituents. Today, Mr. Leo Conga, Councillor Niels Conga, and Caitlin Cleveland. Thank you very much.
Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member for Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize a resident of Yellowknife South, Gayleen McPherson. And Gayleen just announced that she'll be a candidate in the Yellowknife South riding. I wish her every success, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Massey. Hatungo Tsaguya and Digik Hood Zamik a good dan in the member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize former member and former minister and resident of Yellowknife North and understood to be a candidate in the upcoming election, Dave Ramsey. Thank you for being here and welcome.
Massey. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a couple of friends in the gallery, Dr. Danny Cadet, and also former member, Minister Dave Ramsey, and also Ms. McPherson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 45, the Corrections Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment is pleased to provide its report on Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Committee Report 33-18-3 be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Motion's in order. Motion's non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Committee Report 33-18-3 is now deemed read and printed in the Hansard in its entirety. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Committee Report 33-18-3, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Report on Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act, be received by the Assembly and moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Motion's in order. Motion's non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Committee Report 33-18-3 on Bill 34 is now moved from the Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to waive Rule 104 and to have Committee Report 33-18-3 moved into Committee of the Whole for consideration later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Members seeking unanimous consent to waive Rule 100(4) and have the Committee Report 33-18-3 moved into Committee of the Whole for later consideration today. Are there any nays? There are no nays. The Committee Report 33-18-3 is now moved to Committee of the Whole for further consideration later today. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other side of this. Introduction, Bill 45, Corrections Act, sponsored by the Department of Justice, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 11, 2019, or we did that, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development, brackets Committee, for review, the result of which are reported below. Bill 45 is intended to repeal and replace the existing Corrections Act. The bill intended to focus less on punishment and more on rehabilitation and integration of offenders in their community, and to reflect various operational improvements in the Northwest Territories correction system. What we heard and what we did. Public review of Bill 45. To assist in our review of Bill 45, committee invited input from an extensive list of stakeholders, including community government and Indigenous organizations, as well as individuals and non-governmental organizations specialized in civil liberty, criminal law, or corrections. Between May 13th and May 17th, 2019, committee traveled to the communities of Fort Smith, Hay River, Fort Province, Betchiko, Nuvik, and Tuktoyaktuk to hold public hearings on Bill 45, followed by a hearing in Yellowknife on May 23rd, 2019. In addition to these meetings, committee received 5 written submissions on Bill 45, copies which are attached in Appendix B. General comments. Upon review, committee was concerned Bill 45 did not adequately reflect the unique cultural background, historical legacy, and experience of offenders in N.W.T. and the reforms expected in the current era of the Truth and Reconciliation and after 40 years of evolving approaches in the field of corrections. The bill did not appear as though it received comprehensive reform elsewhere in Canada, including Newfoundland and Labrador, Ontario, and most recently Nunavut. These acts, while not yet enforced, went much beyond or much further than Bill 45 in aspiring to provide a rehabilitation and integration of inmates so that they may go on to lead productive lives. Inmates and victims may heal, and residents and communities may be safer. Committee also heard that the aspects of Bill 45, specifically in provisions related to the confinement of inmates, were not reflective of the recent case law. Principles of procedural fairness were also absent from the bill, including a mechanism for inmates' complaints. Other submissions advised that international standards related to incarceration should be incorporated in Bill 45. Committee was concerned about not only the content of Bill 45 as outlined below, but as also how the bill was developed. The Department of Justice received limited input into Bill 45, resulting in a bill that was framed with the perception of the peoples operating and administrating the correction system, rather than the persons who are directly impacted by the system, including inmates, victims, and Indigenous people. A lack of engagement by the members of the public and Indigenous and other organizations does not equal a lack of concern, committee believes, and this was reflected in the submissions committee received. In addition, those substantive details missing from Bill 45. The structure of the bill was concern for the committee as well as experts. While the department planned to address these details in regulations and policies, matters such as separated confinement, the use of force and discipline or corrective measures are not merely operational or practically details. Instead, they relate to essential rights and responsibilities that should be subject to the full legislative process, include public debate, consultation, and accountability for elected officials. Upon bringing our concerns to the Minister of Justice, departmental and committee officials commenced a collaborative effort to develop several substantive amendments, including reducing the bill's reliance on regulations, policies, and procedures, and capturing substantive rights and responsibilities in the bill. We can say with confidence that our combined efforts have resulted in a vast improved bill, one that looks much less like a framework for operations and much more like a modern framework for legal obligations and protection reflective of the N.W.T. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn the report over to the honourable member from the Deschaux.
Merci. Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Purpose and principles. On reviewing Bill 45, it was not clear to committee what the bill was trying to achieve. In collaboration with the Minister, committee developed Motion 3 in Appendix A to articulate clear aspirations for the N.W.T correctional system and to establish principles for guiding the correctional services. Community advisory boards, Sections 4 and 5 of Bill 45, authorize the Director of Corrections to establish a community advisory boards and appoint members. Among other things, CABS are meant to provide observations and advice on the day-to-day operations of correctional centers and liaise between facilities and the public to facilitate responsiveness to inmates' needs. It appeared to committee that appointments to CABs by the Director of Corrections, a member of the public service, may have the unintentional effect of compromising their independence. For that reason, committee felt it would be more appropriate for the Minister to establish CABs and appoint their members, as reflected in Motions 5 and 6 in Appendix A. Committee suggests that membership of CABs be determined using an existing model, such as that used for regional wellness councils, correctional centers, correction staff. Section 10 authorizes the Director of Corrections to adopt a code of professional conduct for all staff members. Committee and the Minister agreed that the adoption of a code of professional conduct should be an obligation rather than a discretionary power, as reflected in Motion 7 in Appendix A. We also agreed that the guiding principles created under Motion 3 should highlight the importance of staff training and the importance of a positive work environment. Committee heard concerns from the public about the suitability of personnel working in the correction system. Non-Indigenous persons working in frontline service positions may lack an understanding of the experience of Indigenous people, including the legacy of the residential school system. And the resident made the point that inmates should be working with people they can trust. Committee believes that the personnel working in our corrections institutions should have the background and skills necessary to be able to address the challenges and needs underlying the unique circumstances of their inmates. We encourage the department to offer the relevant training anticipated under Bill 45 to its corrections staff on an ongoing basis. We also urge the Department to increase its efforts towards filling corrections positions with candidates who reflect the demographics of the inmates they oversee. Volunteers. Section 17 of Bill 45 allowed the Director of Corrections to appoint volunteers to provide or assist in the provision of correctional services for offenders, inadvertently excluding other inmates, such as those remanded in custody, from working with volunteers. Motion 11 in Appendix A remedies this error. Probation officers. Section 16 sets out the duties and responsibilities of probation officers, mostly in relation to their role with respect to the courts and in correctional centres. The Canadian Bar Association Northwest Territories Branch, Criminal Justice Section, recommended Bill 45 detail the specific responsibilities of probation officers vis-a-vis their clients. Motion 10 in Appendix A elaborates on the role of probation officers in assisting offenders post-release. Programs and services. The public expressed their support for programming and services that reflect local culture, languages, and experiences to support the reintegration of inmates into their families and communities. Residents told committee that inmates should be able to interact with people they can trust, and on-the-land programs should be a priority. Committee felt Bill 45 should go further to account for these concerns. Among other improvements, Motion 14 clarifies that programs and services may be offered in a facility, a community, or on the land. This motion, developed in collaboration with the Minister, also provides for the services of an Indigenous elder or spiritual advisor to support the healing, rehabilitation, and reintegration of inmates. In addition, Motion 19 amends Section 30 of the bill to allow for the eventual possibility that communications between an inmate and an Indigenous elder or spiritual advisor under Motion 14 could be made privileged. Mr. Speaker, I now pass on the reading of the following section to my honourable colleague from Yellowknife Centre.
Massey. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Massey, Mr. Speaker. Residents told committee that programming should be available to all inmates, including those remanded in custody who make up more than half the inmate population in the N.W.T. Remanded persons, including those who are eventually convicted, are frequently released without having access to rehabilitative. Even of those who are sentenced, the Auditor General of Canada found that for inmates with sentences of less than 120 days, only 36% had access to general rehabilitation programs, and none had access to offense-specific programs. For those with sentences longer than 120 days, 87% had access to general rehabilitation programs, but only 63% had access to offense-specific programs. In an effort to promote the uptake of programming by remanded persons, committee worked with the Minister to develop Motion 14 in Appendix A. This motion amends the programs and services provision in Section 21 of the bill to make a distinction between general programs aimed at all inmates and rehabilitation programs targeted at convicted offenders. Motion 14 specifies that all inmates are entitled to participate in these various programs and services. Committee would like to see the correctional needs and appropriate programs to meet those needs as set out in Section 29 of the bill, identified for every inmate rather than only for offenders, to ensure their time in custody is as constructive as possible. Further, needs-based assessments should be delivered in a timely manner. While we recognize it may be a challenge to engage remanded individuals in programming, as they are presumed innocent and cannot be compelled to participate, committee recommends the department provide adequate incentives to promote the development and betterment of all inmates. Recommendation number 2. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Department of Justice conduct needs-based assessments of all inmates, that the assessments be conducted in a manner that is timely relative to an inmate's release eligibility, that the assessments take into account GLADU and other factors, such as an inmate's disabilities, and that the department explore additional measures to encourage all inmates to participate in suitable programming, including offering new incentives. Living conditions. Section 26 of Bill 45 contained few references to living conditions, and experts advised committee that Bill 45 did not go far enough to ensure inmates receive living conditions reflective of Canadian human rights standards. Committee and the Minister developed Motion 15 in Appendix A to establish minimum living conditions and standards, and to ensure inmates have the rights to peaceful assembly and religious expression subject to reasonable limits. Motion 24, discussed below, prohibits the deprivation of food, water, and health care as punishment for disciplinary offences. Inmate communications. Committee heard that Bill 45 should include provisions requiring correction centres to guarantee inmates reasonable access to adequate means of communications with the outside world, as reflected in Motion 15. In addition, committee worked with the Minister on Motion 19 to expand the list of individuals with which an inmate may engage in privileged communication under subsection 30, brackets 1. The list would include individuals with the Office of the Ombudsman, the Human Rights Commission, and the Human Rights Adjudication Panel, as well as other prescribed persons. Work programs. Residents told committee they want to see correction centres offering work programs, and for these work programs to operate in communities. Committee recognizes the challenges that work programs pose for the department, including in relation to high-risk offenders, but committee sees the value in providing inmates with work skills and reacquainting them with society to assist in their rehabilitation and reintegration. Recommendation number 3. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Department of Justice prioritize work programs that are responsive to community needs, subject to necessary safety and security restrictions. Mr. Speaker, I now turn the report over to the member for Mackenzie Delta.
Massey. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Services at correctional centres. Section 50 of Bill 45 authorizes the Minister to provide inmates with services for personal phone calls, entertainment, canteen, and other services. Motion 28 clarifies that the Minister is required to provide these services in all correctional facilities, subject to reasonable restrictions on individual inmates. Rules and information for inmates. Bill 45 requires the person in charge to make rules respecting inmate conduct, inmate activities, and other matters. Motion 16 replaces Section 27 of Bill 45 with a new section to provide that on an inmate's admission to a facility and in a form he or she understands, the person in charge must inform the inmate of the institution's rules and the inmate's rights and responsibilities to assist the inmate in adapting to his or her surroundings. Security assessments. Knowing an inmate's risk is essential to effective safety, security, rehabilitation, and reintegration. Motions 17 and 18 in Appendix A clarify the distinction between the security classifications process and the enhanced supervision program used by the Correctional Service. The security clarification process is used for assessing and reassessing inmates and determining the level of security required for an inmate and their appropriate placement within a facility. Inmates may be assessed to an enhanced supervision program, where they may be assessed to a specific level of security, assessed restrictions and other conditions of confinement. Committee received several suggestions to make the risk assessment process as it relates to security classification of effective and fair to Indigenous inmates. Recommendation 4, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the security assessment tool by the Correctional Service be objective, structured, and empirically defensible, and that a risk assessment tool that considers the unique realities of Indigenous inmates be developed and used. Searches. The Information and Privacy Commissioner outlined several privacy-related concerns with Bill 45 for committee. A specific area of concern we shared with the Information and Privacy Commissioner was the lack of detail in Bill 45 search provisions. We agreed with the Information and Privacy Commissioner that Section 33 through 35 of the bill did not do enough to protect the privacy and dignity of those subject to search. For this reason, committee worked with the Minister to develop motions 21, 22, and 23 set out in Appendix A to clarify that strip searches of inmates, staff, and visitors must be conducted by staff of the same gender in a place manner that respects personal dignity. Use of force. Section 19 of Bill 45 included broad parameters for the use of force on inmates, authorizing certain persons to use reasonable degree of means of force on any inmate to prevent injury or death, prevent property damage, prevent an inmate from escaping, and maintain an inmate custody and control. Committee agreed with the submission that more detail around the use of force was needed. Motion 17 developed a collaboration with the Minister and set out in Appendix A. Serves to replace Section 19 in Bill 45. The motion clarifies that the de-escalation techniques must be employed where possible and force may be used only as a last resort. The means and the amount of force must be reasonable and not excessive, and they must have regard to the nature of the threat posed and other circumstances of the particular case. Also contained in Motion 17 are clear restrictions on the use of physical restraints. Section 19 left decisions such as the devices that may be used to physically restrain an inmate and the manner of circumstances in which may be used to the discretion of a sole individual. Due to the highly intrusive nature of these devices and the risk they pose for causing injury, pain, and humiliation to inmates, committee believes the circumstances in which physical restraints may be used, such as the length of time and procedures for their use, should be prescribed in regulations and subject to independent scrutiny. As in addition, Safeguard Motion 24 specifically prohibits the use of restraint devices as punishment for disciplinary offenses. In those circumstances where force is used, Motion 17 requires corrections employees to report the pertinent details of the incident to senior staff. Mr. Speaker, I'll now pass this on to the member for Yellowknife Centre. Thank you.
Merci. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Adjudicators. While committee was pleased to see the introduction in Bill 45 of concepts such as community advisory boards and investigations and standards office and adjudicators, experts in the fields of corrections and civil liberties shared our concerns that the oversight structures established in Bill 45 were not fully impartial or independent. While we recognize the need to ensure a measure of corrections expertise in the bill's oversight processes, we believe the degree of impartiality and independence necessary for serious and high-risk matters such as separate confinement or disciplinary segregation must be higher than that initially established in Bill 45. To that end, Motion 26 and Appendix A enhances the independence of adjudicators by having the minister rather than the Director of Corrections appoint adjudicators, and prohibiting the appointment of corrections staff as adjudicators. Committee had concerns about the independence held by the Director of Investigations and Standards as a member of the public service pursuant to Section 2 of the bill, with the power to review the decisions of adjudicators under Section 38. Elsewhere, public officers in a similar role appear to have more independence than anticipated for the Director of Investigations and Standards under Bill 45. Committee encourages the department to continually underscore the independence of the Director of Investigations and Standards and the adjudicators. Separate confinement. Several submissions advised committee that they believed the separate confinement provisions set out in sections 32 and 40 of Bill 45 were vague and not consistent with recent case law. The separate confinement provisions appeared to permit prolonged and indefinite confinement and failed to distinguish between the confinement practices envisioned under Bill 45 and the practice of solitary confinement. A matter as serious and high risk as confinement requires substantive treatment in legislation, including hard caps on duration, provisions for independent adjudication, and guaranteed access to programs and services, with more specific operational details going into regulations. Motion 2 in Appendix A creates a category of confinement referred to as separate confinement, referring to the holding of an inmate apart from other inmates for the purposes of safety and security rather than for disciplinary or corrective purposes. Motion 20 further clarifies the meaning of separate confinement, specifying that inmates in separate confinement get to maintain their living conditions and standards, as well as access to programs and services adapted to the circumstances of separate confinement. Motion 20 also clarifies the decision-making process in relation to separate confinement and the role of the adjudicator in the case of separate confinements exceeding 96 hours. Motion 27 sets out a process for these adjudicative reviews, including inmates' procedural rights. Discipline or corrective measures. The CBA-NT advised committee that they believed the process set out in Section 38 of Bill 45 with respect to the imposition of discipline or corrective measures against an inmate violated the inmate's rights to procedural fairness. Improvements to Section 38 by way of Motion 24, developed in collaboration with the Minister and set out in Appendix A, include making a distinction between disciplinary segregation and separate confinement, setting parameters around the use of discipline and corrective measures, including providing for the use of informal resolutions, and setting hard caps on consecutive and aggregate days in disciplinary segregation. Changing the powers of the Director of Investigations and Standards with respect to an appeal of an adjudicator's decision to impose a disciplinary or corrective measure so that he or she may confirm, quash, or reduce, but not increase, that disciplinary or corrective measure, and establishing additional obligations and rights with respect to disciplinary hearings. Complaints. The CBA-NT pointed out that Bill 45 failed to establish a clear grievance procedure or guidance on how complaints will be handled. Committee collaborated with the Minister to develop Motion 30 set out in Appendix A to enshrine a fair and expeditious grievance mechanism to adjudicate grievances raised by inmates, offenders, or persons on probation, conditional sentence, or judicial interim release. Victims. Section 11 of Bill 45 required the Director of Corrections to establish, administer, and maintain a victim notification program consistent with the principles of the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. In reviewing Bill 45, committee determined Bill 45's provisions related to the notification of victims could be strengthened to protect victims of crime. For this reason, committee collaborated with the Minister to develop Motion 8, set out in Appendix A, to provide clear obligations on the part of the corrections system and clear entitlements on the part of victims or their designates to have access to certain information about their perpetrators, such as the date of their release from custody, where the disclosure would benefit the victim, and their interest in disclosure outweighs any invasion of privacy that could result from the disclosure. While the notification of the public in similar circumstances will continue to be under the purview of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Committee shares the concern we have heard about the risks faced by victims whose perpetrators have not been convicted. Recommendation number 5. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Department of Justice invest adequate resources into victim services to ensure public awareness of these programs, and that victim services staff are in a position to inform victims of details pertinent to their well-being and safety, including cases where a person remanded in custody is released by the courts. Motion 8 also authorizes the Minister to establish programs that employ restorative justice principles such as victim-offender mediation to help address root causes of violence, reduce recidivism, and support healing. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn the reading of the report over to the member for Nahende. Masi.
Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Special accommodations, persons with disabilities. Various experts admitted that the bill did not adequately provide and protect offenders with specific mental health needs or disabilities. Committee agreed that bill should go further to address some of these challenges faced by inmates. Motions 9, 14, 16, 20, and 24 in Appendix A, developed in collaboration with the Minister, each contain provisions that provide for additional services or the reasonable accommodations of inmates with specific needs, such as those illnesses, injuries, disabilities, or whom the English language or literacy is a challenge. Female inmate. Bill 45 contains little in the way of acknowledgement of the unique circumstance of female inmates, including that women are more susceptible to abuse and sexual misconduct by correction staff and other inmates, having reproductive health care needs, and may have children with whom they are primary caregiver. Committee felt new corrections legislation should reflect international standards in this area, namely the United Nations Rule for Treatment of Women, Prisoners, and Non-Custodial Measures for Women Offenders, the Bangkok Rule, adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2010, as well as the recent call for justice rising from the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry. In collaboration with the Minister, we developed motion 15, 17, 21, 22, and 23 in Appendix A to provide additional standards addressing the specific characteristics, needs, and susceptibility of female inmates in relation to physical restraints, health care, strip searches, and where they may be housed. Reporting. Pursuant to Motion 31, Committee is pleased with the addition of an annual report provision developed in collaboration with the Minister and set out in Appendix A. The motion requires the Minister to table a report each year outlining important details related to the administration of the Act, such as the number of inmates held in disciplinary segregation and the number of inmates' complaints. Clause-by-clause review of bill. The clause-by-clause review bill 45 was held on August 15, 2019. At this review, committee moved a total of 32 motions attached in Appendix A. Committee thanks the Minister for his concurrence with the motions to amend Bill 45 that were moved during the clause-by-clause review. Following the clause-by-clause review, a motion was carried to report Bill 45 as amended and reprinted as ready for consideration in the Committee of the Whole. Conclusion. Committee wishes to thank every individual and organization who participated in the review process of Bill 45. Committees also again wish to acknowledge the collaborative effort of the Department and Committee's officials in the development of Bill 45. Rule 100(5) of the Rules of Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories requires Cabinet in response to a motion by committee to table a comprehensive response that addresses the committee's report and any related motions adopted by the House. As required by this rule, committee usually includes a recommendation in each report which is moved as a motion in the House, requesting a response from government within 120 days. Given that the 18th Legislative Assembly will dissolve prior to the conclusion of the 120 days time period allowed by the rules. Committee has opted to forego this recommendation. Committee there nevertheless requests to the extent if it is possible before the dissolution of the 18th Assembly and for the public record that the government provide a response to the recommendations contained in this report, even of preliminary nature, the committee may publicly disclose. This concludes committee's report on Bill 45 Corrections Act. Committee's reports are available on the Legislative Assembly website at www.assembly.gov.nt.ca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Member for Nahende.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member from Yellowknife Centre, that Committee Report 34-18(3) Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Bill 45 Corrections Act be received by the Assembly and moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Motions in order. Motions not debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Massey. The committee report 34-18(3) on Bill 45 is now moved in the Committee of the Whole for consideration. Massey. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to waive Rule 100(4) and to have Committee's Report 34-18(3) Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Bill 45 Corrections Act moved into Committee of the Whole for consideration later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Members seeking unanimous consent to waive Rule 100(4) to have the Committee Report 34-18(3) Bill 45 to move into Committee of the Whole for later consideration today. Are there any nays? There are no nays. Committee Report 34-18(3 a report on Bill 45 is now moved in the Committee of the Whole for further consideration later today. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Member for Yellowknife South.
Mr. Speaker, seeking unanimous consent to go back to item 6, recognition of visitors in the gallery, please. Mr. Speaker.
Members seeking unanimous consent to move to item number 6 on orders of the day. Are there any nays? There are no nays. Member for Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm pleased to recognize my wife, Melody, of 45 years, my grandson, Carter McLeod, who has to leave tomorrow to go to Moose Jaw to play some hockey, and my youngest grandson, Cooper McLeod, who is here to watch the proceedings and learn about some politics. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Acknowledgements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I rise today to acknowledge Frame Lake constituent Lyda Fuller, who received the Order of the Northwest Territories for the huge positive impact she has had on the lives of N.W.T girls, women, and families. Over 2 decades, Lyda Fuller has led the YWCA N.W.T in its delivery of transitional housing, introduction of the Housing First program, in programming to address intimate partner violence through research and treatment programs, the creation of territory-wide network of women's shelters, and through the Girls Space program. She's a leader, mentor, determined champion of the disadvantaged, and a tireless problem solver. Please join me in congratulating her on the celebration of her achievements. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, I did a member statement about recycling and that, and so I have some questions for the Minister responsible for ENR. Mr. Speaker, has the Department of ENR looked into the possibilities of developing paper and cardboard recycling facility for regional centres across the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the recently released Waste Resource Management Strategy and Implementation Plan, ENR, in partnership with MACA, is looking at a number of options to reduce, recycle, and better manage solid waste across the Northwest Territories. Materials recycling facilities like the one in Edmonton the member is referring to, they operate on a much larger economies of scale than can be found in N.W.T communities. And given our small N.W.T, small population base spread out over a very large area, solutions N.W.T will need to look at solutions to look different than those in southern jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question na Kidade Cassie member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister advise this House if any communities in the Northwest Territories actually do have a paper/cardboard recycling program and they're being utilized presently? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Yellowknife is the only community in the Northwest Territories to operate a paper and cardboard recycling program funded through municipal taxes, and has recently encountered challenges in finding markets for these materials. My understanding is the city is currently stockpiling these materials on site in the hopes that markets improve in the future. Packaging and printed paper are identified in the strategy as target material for waste reductions and diversion efforts over the next 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tadade Cassie member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the Minister for his response here today. And my final question for the Minister here in regards to this concern that I brought forward is, will the Minister work with his department to look at establishing a pilot project in Simpson and work with the village and the band in the region there to develop a paper and cardboard recycling program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it's laid out in the strategy, ENR and MACA will work with the communities over the next 10 years to prevent, recycle, and better manage our waste. Through the strategy, we have committed to finding solutions for a number of waste materials over the next 10 years. Beyond packaging and printing paper, target materials to be addressed include household hazardous waste, tires, additional electronic and electrical products, used oil, large appliances, scrap metal, construction, renovation and demolition waste, organics, paint, mercury-containing products and batteries. And in addition to establishing a 3 to 5 year waste reduction or diversion program over the next 10 years, the strategy aims to develop a territory-wide backhaul program to reduce some of the logistical, financial and technical challenges associated with removing hazardous and recyclable materials from N.W.T communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Oral question, Ikeda Canada. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Each sitting I ask the Minister about progress on creating an adult day program in Yellowknife, a program for elders to assist them with social inclusion needs and to provide respite for their families. I realize the Minister has looked at various options, but the fact is there's still nothing in place. I note that the Department is surveying seniors about their social activities. Can the Minister tell us more about the survey and what its purpose is? Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, the Department is currently conducting a survey of potential stakeholders, potential clients, individuals who have an interest in this area, so we can get a sense of what type of program do the people and the seniors of Yellowknife really want with respect to an adult day program. That survey has gone out. We're shutting that survey down at the end of the month. I expect to have some results forwarded to me and shared with me by the Department, at which point we'll be able to give some direction on how to move forward. Timing-wise, we will provide direction in this Assembly, but ultimately be the next Assembly where this rolls out. But we will get that information by the end of the month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the Kidder Cassie member, Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. What is the Minister expecting for a response rate? What would be, in his view, a statistically valid response? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have encouraged as many people as possible to fill out the survey. We are getting decent numbers at this point, but we need to see what we get by the end of the month. So at this time, I'd certainly like to take the opportunity to encourage everybody who hasn't to please get out and fill out that survey to help us design programs that meet the needs of the residents of Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Tada Cassie member, Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm that there is money available to implement a solution for the Adult Day program without having to wait for the next budget process? Merci.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are dollars allocated for this program. We had obviously hoped that we'd be able to deliver this program almost 2 years ago, but we've had difficulty getting interest in delivery. But yes, there is money in the budget for this service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nundere Cassie member, Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Is there any chance of action on solutions before this Minister leaves office? Merci.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been following this file closely. As I indicated, the survey will be completed by the end of this month. I've asked the department to have a summary ready for me to look at. That'll probably be in September, at which point we can provide direction on how to move forward. And I hope to do that in light of this Assembly, but at the end of the day, the rollout will be in the next Assembly. So hopefully there will be a program that meets their needs, meets the needs of this Assembly, meets the needs of the residents early, very early in the life of the next government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Hikada Kennedy, member, Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today my questions are for the Minister of Finance. Earlier I spoke about P3 contracts and how these are becoming maybe a bit of a new norm here in the Northwest Territories, but right now they don't necessarily include northern benefit policies such as BIP to be applied to them or similar type aspects of, let's say, negotiated contracts. I'd like to ask the Minister, is there anything built into the negotiated process with when you're negotiating with a proponent with P3s that brings northern benefit to the N.W.T. in terms of employment or having to use local contractors and suppliers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member pointed out in his member statement before, P3 projects have allowed the government to allow their dollar to go further and make further investments in infrastructure, which is a benefit to the people in Northwest Territories. When a project is undertaken as a P3, part of that specific part of the agreement is negotiated with respect to local and northern content. A good example of this is the latest P3 project that was just completed, where there was $71 million of that particular amount that was spent on northern businesses. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nakita Cassie member, Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister's reply. I guess one of the other aspects that I'd like to ask the Minister is that we have another opportunity where we get to negotiate contracts sometimes, where we don't go out for a public offering per se. And that negotiated process allows for some added value northern benefits to be had for training, for potential apprenticeships, for hiring, that sort of thing. Is there any kind of requirement that we can build into our P3 negotiating process that would for sure ensure that we have northern benefits such as those that we see when we do negotiated contracts in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always our priority in the Legislative Assembly to try and make as many benefits available to Northerners as possible. And we do try to build that into a number of the projects that we have. An example of this would be the upcoming P3 project. We have the Cleacho All-Season Road there are specific thresholds were established for the private partner to meet Northern and Clecho business for construction costs, labor requirements, and local business operation requirements. So as we go forward, I think those will be built into many of the projects that the government in Northwest Territories would implement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tada Cassie member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his reply. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, when we award P3 contracts, is there any opportunity thereafter where we can expect that the proponent or call it the operator, would have a requirement that they have to put out, say, a public offering or a public tender to local and northern suppliers and contractors, so that we're not just letting these operators use their previously southern contacts, let's say, that we're assuring at least the opportunity for northern companies and suppliers to bid on work that these operators, in the instance of the hospital, I used an example earlier about coffee supply. Can we find a way to make sure that northern companies, northern suppliers are going to be ensured the opportunity to bid on this type of work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we, as I said before, we will work with the proponents to try and build some of these requirements into the contract. Again, it would be up to the proponent where they would get their supplies from, but if we were able to come to some sort of agreement that would benefit the proponents, obviously want to do things fairly quickly and use people that they are familiar with. But having said that, though, we need to build some of these requirements in, and the projects. One of the benefits of the P3 projects, and we've seen that, I think, with the Stanton Territorial Hospital, that it came in on time and on budget. So that is a benefit of the P3 process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nundere Cassie member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for the reply. I guess lastly, I would be looking towards opportunities where we could solidify and ensure a little bit more as it relates to local hiring and local training. Is there a way in which we could add a feature into negotiating P3 contracts that would ensure that we're going to hire locally and that we have the opportunity for those operators to train people locally for the jobs that are coming forward after a P3 has been awarded? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we do want a lot of the benefits from these projects to go to Northern, be it training, business opportunities, job opportunities, and it is expected in our negotiations with the proponents that these are built in, so Northerners will benefit from the money that the government spends a lot of these infrastructure projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Academy, the member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, follow up to my member's statement, I have a few questions for Minister responsible for EC&E. As I mentioned, there's no childcare in Fort McPherson at this time, and I'd like to ask the Minister, how much funding is available for childcare for setup and operations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there is funding available, and we are trying to get people to know that, so I'm glad to actually answer that in the floor. We have startup funding, and it goes up to, I believe it's about $25,000 just for starting your business up. And then we have health and safety funding on top of that is up to $10,000, and that's for making sure that you have the proper things, fire extinguishers, etc., that you need to actually provide services in a daycare. We will work with any daycare provider that is licensed, that wants to be licensed, and so we need more, and so, we'll provide whatever services we can to support licensed family homes or centres. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nakita Cassie, member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister answered a part of this, but I'll ask it anyway. Is the department willing to work with a provider in the community to start a daycare before the school year begins? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So absolutely, yes, we want daycare providers in every community. Fort McPherson does have the Aboriginal Head Start currently, but it's only a couple hours every day, and that's not enough. One of the big things we need to do, though, in every community, because every community is different, is find out how many children might be interested. That's the critical question. Does it make sense to open a center if you've only got 2 or 3 kids in a community that might want daycare? Or does it make sense to promote a licensed family home? So we are more than willing to go in to work with their community to figure out what would be best for the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tata Cassie member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a big demand for childcare in Fort McPherson. A lot of people want to get back into the workforce. You know, we're always trying to encourage, especially women, to come back to the workforce, you know. And so I'd like to ask the Minister, can someone start off out of a private home if there is no space available? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Education, Culture, Employment.
Yes, and as a mother, even as a social worker, I think I would advocate to maintain that as it is. There are a lot of people, so we do want people licensed. The ideal world would have licensed family care homes, but we have grandmothers and we have mothers and we have like people that are sisters and stuff that are actually providing really good care. So that means to me as a mother and as a woman that we need to be flexible in how we do that. So we don't penalize people for being unlicensed, but we do have additional support and financial support for people that are licensed. So anyone out there that is not licensed and figures that they could use the additional financial support, contact ECE. We would love to help you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question. Oral questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. In my statement earlier today, I noted that the publicly available end-of-life obligations for Cameron Hills Field seems to be over $12 million, even if the Minister did not provide that information when I asked back in June. Can the Minister tell us who provided that information on the end-of-life obligations for Cameron Hills as found in the creditor protection proceeding and how it was calculated? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Industry, Tourism, Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that no N.W.T department provided any input into the figure provided in the list of creditors. I am therefore unable to provide any information about what this figure includes or how it was calculated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the Kidder Cassie member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that information. I'm not sure how I can find out, but yesterday this House rolled back provisions for mandatory financial security in the Public Lands Act. And now I'm here to talk about what seems to be a shortfall in financial security for Cameron Hills. So can the Minister explain whether this apparent shortfall in financial security for Cameron Hills is going to leave taxpayers on the hook as the owner is in creditor protection? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Industry, Tourism, and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am unable to speculate on the outcome of the creditor protection process as the matter is subject to the proceedings under the Company's Creditor Arrangements Act. I can confirm that Strategic Oil and Gas is required to submit a revised closure and reclamation plan to the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board today for review and approval. And during the review of that plan and upon its approval, financial security will be assessed to ensure that security held by the Government of Northwest Territories is sufficient to cover the work required to remediate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Tata Cassie member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. That's exactly what I said in the House earlier today. Unfortunately, it comes a little bit late as the company's now in creditor protection. So this happened again under our watch. So can the Minister tell us, though, whether there's any way we can turn the liabilities from the Cameron Hills field back to the federal government under the devolution agreement? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Industry, Tourism, and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, under the devolution agreement, the Government of Northwest Territories released the federal government from historic liabilities for sites that met criteria set out in the agreement. Factors considered were whether the site went through a modern regulatory process, compromising environmental assessment, regulatory and decision-making, including decisions around securities, and in material compliance with the authorities. Prior to devolution, the Government of Northwest Territories conducted due diligence on Canada's listing of sites and could find no evidence that the Cameron Hills operation did not meet the criteria. Therefore, the site was listed as a release site. The Cameron Hills site met the criteria and is therefore considered a release site. Therefore, under the terms of the devolution agreement, meaning the Government of Northwest Territories does not appear to be able to turn the liabilities back to the federal government. The Government of Northwest Territories has written to the federal government outlining the situation at Cameron Hills and the Government of Northwest Territories' actions in relation to protecting taxpayers from liabilities in event that there is another mechanism to have Canada take on some responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, non derrière Cassie, member of Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. So it sounds like we're clearly on the hook now. This happened post-devolution. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker, our government really doesn't have a very good track record in terms of managing resources in the post-devolution world. In an unprecedented move, a minister turned back a decision on a water license amendment following a request by Diamond Company. Unilateral changes were made to measures arising from an environmental assessment of the Tleach Oil Season Road. There's financial security gaps for Cantong, Prairie Creek, and now Cameron Hills. So can the minister tell the House how this government can possibly convince the federal government to turn over the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act in light of this poor resource management track record? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Speaker, the MVRMA system provides a transparent process to review closure plans for sites and update securities as required, and as such, a process is underway for the Cameron Hills site. The Government of Northwest Territories has confidence in the modern system as it was envisioned in the claims and implemented through the MVRMA and institutions of public government, and will use all tools at its disposal to protect the public interest. Our technical experts will continue to participate in the ongoing process by the Land and Water Board to review the closure plan and associated securities for the site. The devolution agreement provides for the review of the transitional provisions related to the MVRMA following the 5th. Pursuant to the devolution agreement, the review will be conducted by the parties to the agreement, and this review is expected to commence early in the life of the next government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this sitting, the Minister of Justice spoke about the transition of SMCC, the deliverance of, or the correctional center there, to a therapeutic model based loosely on, or rather inspired, I guess, by the Guthrie House model in Victoria. And I think this is one of the most exciting things that is happening right now in corrections, if not in the entire Government of Northwest Territories. We realize that we can't just send people into jails and expect them to come out fully rehabilitated and ready to integrate into society. And so this is an attempt to address some of those issues. It's a short time frame that people are in correctional facilities in the territory, and so that's one of the challenges. So I just want to get some information from the minister about how they're addressing that challenge. So I'd like to know what type of education is going to be provided to inmates attending the therapeutic model in terms of getting them ready for work. Because a lot of people, they just need basic work skills. They need to know that they have to get up on time to get to work. They need to know how to punch a time clock and that kind of stuff. So can the minister please explain or give us some details about the type of education that's going to be provided in this therapeutic model? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are certain steps that have to be developed in the therapeutic community at SMCC, and of course these are being worked on. There's such things as developing a classification criteria for residents, inclusion in the program, contingency planning and off-grounds activities, developing lesson plans for orientation and pre-treatment healing, and also developing a structure for educational and vocational programming. So that is part of the therapeutic program, and however, I don't have more details than that, but we do recognize this is an important part of the program. Thank you.
Oral question, Cassie, member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand that things work slow in government, so hopefully we can have some, hopefully the next member to ask that question can get a little more detail. Part of the therapeutic model, well rather the Guthrie House model, requires that inmates, once they leave, they have some sort of job. They have somewhere to go and work, and because a lot of people have gone through that model, a lot of the former, I guess residents they're called, have their own businesses and they employ a lot of the people who are released from the program. We don't have that in the territory yet, but we do have a lot of businesses willing to work with people who are fresh out of corrections. So what sort of relationships and maybe agreements with the private sector has the department pursued? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will seek some more detail on that question from the department. We do realize, of course, and that's an important part of the Guthrie House phased approach, is that upon release, residents there have continued contact with outreach support. So what happens after the person gets released is clearly a part of the therapeutic community approach. So I will attempt to provide more detail to the member opposite. Thank you.
Oral question, Tadade, Cassie, member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons that I think SMCC was chosen for this is because there is some private industry there, but not everyone who is released is going to live in Hay River. So what type of supports are going to be provided for those people who go through this program in their home communities once they return? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That will depend, of course, on the person being the resident being released and the ability of his home community to provide those types of support. So it will likely be different depending on the resident being released, his character and background, and also the community to which he is going. Thank you.
Massey. Oral question, Nundere, Cassie, member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sounds like it's still to be determined. It's still a work in progress. Again, like I mentioned, Hay River was seen as a good place to try this model out because there is industry and there is access to all the facilities that are needed. So was there consideration given to having a place where the inmates, or rather the residents, once they've completed the program, can stay in Hay River, something like a halfway house, but one that is a safe space that that people can, where people can live, so they don't have to go back to the conditions that brought them there in the first place. And this way, the partnerships with industry can be developed in the community, and they can have access to all of those supports. So, was this idea considered? Because I know there's an opportunity to do this in Hay River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can advise that there was some discussion or thinking about a halfway house model in Hay River. One of the issues that concerned us, however, was that not that many of the residents at SMCC would likely have as a home community Hay River. So that was seen as an issue, but certainly we did think about it. Thank you.
Massey. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's opening address. Replies to Commissioner's opening address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports to Committee on the Review of Bills. Reports to Committee on Review of Bills. Tabling of documents. The Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document entitled Toward a Plan Strengthening Canada's Position in the Arctic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Tabling of documents. Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document entitled Community Access Program 2018-2019 Results Report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Tabling of documents. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document entitled Supporting Access to Childcare in the Northwest Territories 2019 to 2020 Supplementary Action Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Tabling of documents. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document entitled Government of the Northwest Territories Response to Committee Report 23-18(3), Report on the Review of Bill 40, Smoking Control and Reduction Act, and Bill 41, Tobacco and Vapor Products Control Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 21 of the Legislative Assembly Retiring Allowances Act, I wish to table the Legislative Assembly Retiring Allowances Fund financial statement for the year ended March 31st, 2019. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Notices of motion for first reading of bills. Notices of motion for first reading of bills. Motions. Motions. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole bills and other matters. Bill 34, 45, Committee Report 29, 32, 33, 34-18.3, Minister Statement 151, 158, 211, 18.3, and Table Document 442-18.3. By the authority given to me, Speaker, by motion 7-18.3, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House, with Member Haver North in a chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee would like to review Committee Report 33-18.3 and Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Report on Review of Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act, and Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Thyn. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will consider the documents, but first, a brief recess. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we have agreed to first consider Committee Report 3318-3, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, Report on Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act. I will turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for opening comments, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act, was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment on February 12, 2019. On August 12, 2019, the committee was granted an extension to continue its review. The committee sent letters inviting input from an extensive list of stakeholders, including municipal and Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories, as well as a number of non-governmental organizations and stakeholders. The committee traveled throughout the territory and held public hearings in Inuvik, Norman Wells, and Yellowknife. The committee thanks everyone who attended these meetings or provided written submissions sharing their views on Bill 34. The committee concluded its review of Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act, on August 15, 2019, with a public clause-by-clause review held in the Great Hall of the Legislative Assembly building. The committee carried 46 motions to amend Bill 34, of which 40 received concurrence from the Minister. The Minister also concurred with an individual member's motion that was moved at the clause-by-clause review and carried by the committee. The committee thanks Minister Schuman and his officials for their collaboration in the development of those motions. I will have motions, committee motions to move with regard to recommendations in the report at the appropriate time. Individual members may have additional comments or questions on the report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee, I will open the floor to general comments on the report on Bill 34. This is not the bill, this is the report on the bill. We will be considering the bill after consideration of the report. General comments on the report on Bill 34. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, as many members know, I'm a committee meeting junkie. I go to all the different committee meetings that I can. So I had the privilege of attending many of the social envelope reviews of bills, participated in the SCEDI reviews of environment and resources legislation as well, or bills, and I think it would be fair to say that my impression, my takeaway was that on the social envelope side, it was often easier to work with ministers and departments in making progress on improving bills, and I think it was a very difficult process on the resource and environmental side with the bills that SCEDI had to deal with. And of course, this all culminated in the 4.5-hour monumental clause-by-clause review of this bill that took place last Thursday evening. It's now available for viewing on the YouTube channel for anybody who wants to relive that great event. You know, I think it's fair to say that committee spent a very significant amount of time reviewing this bill and working very, very hard to improve it. There's obviously a lot of strong public interest in this bill. There was very detailed submissions from Indigenous governments, industry, NGOs, and I don't think I've seen that level of interest in another bill before this Legislative Assembly. So I want to thank everyone for their very detailed and helpful input. I also want to note that at the beginning of the process, there was a lot promised with this legislation, and not all of those promises have been delivered on. Things that were promised included review of royalties, map staking, all kinds of things, some of which just have not been delivered on. And I think we probably bit off too much, or too much to chew, really. One of the key things that I think did cause some differences between the minister and the committee when we were undertaking the review was the mixed roles of industry, tourism, and investment. Clearly, they have a role in promoting mining, resource development, And I've always given the department and the staff a lot of credit for the good work that they've done. They're very good promoters of resource development, as they can and should be. But they also have a role under this bill to regulate mineral rights. And that's what this bill is about. It's not about promoting mining. It's about mineral rights administration to try to reach a fair compromise in terms of the public interest, the interest of the industry, and I'm not sure that we always achieve the right balance. But this was the kind of mixed roles and responsibilities that the department often brought to the bill, and trying to understand the vision that people have with regard to where they want to go with mineral rights administration and management was difficult to understand at times. And I think sometimes there's differences of what that vision can and should look like, and how the balance between the public and private interests should be achieved. So a lot's been promised. There's some things that have been delivered on, and I do want to go over some of the good things and some of the things that I think still need a lot more work. But a lot of the work has been left to details. A lot of the very important policy work, decisions, are left to future regulations. And this will take years to roll out. This is not going to be everybody's solution, and it can't even be brought into force right away, because a bunch of other changes need to be made. So there needs to be a detailed implementation plan, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. There are some good things that this bill does. There's going to be and this is the kind of lens that I think the committee and certainly myself always brought to this legislation, is how can we improve transparency and accountability? There will be a public registry, or at least portions of a registry that is available to the public. There will be detailed annual reporting. There's some clarification on how dispute resolution is going to be handled. Instead of through a panel, it's now going to be a mining rights review board. So I think that there have been some improvements made in the bill as a result of committee's review. But I think there is also some very key sticking areas that have not received the consideration that they deserve. And if we had had more time, I think we perhaps could have reached some compromise on a number of areas. I don't think that as hard as committee tried, we were not able to reach any agreement with the minister and the department over what role municipal governments can play and how they can be informed, so that we can encourage good working relationships and treat them with the recognition and respect that they deserve. Committee was not able to reach any kind of a compromise or agreement with the minister on that matter, and that's a huge disappointment to me personally. I think there's some issues still around zones and whether these are in the public interest and represent good public policy. Royalties haven't been dealt with. That's been punted off to the 19th Assembly. We have some bad actor provisions in the bill, and I think they're quite weak, quite frankly, that we could have done more work to improve them. Montana actually has much stronger provisions based on a whole series of abandoned mines in that jurisdiction, and we're not that far different from what's happened in Montana in some ways, and I think we can and should have done a lot more on that to make them stronger provisions. I'm not going to say a lot about benefits, because I think that's going to be a big part of the discussion as we move our way through the bill, but I do think that the benefits provisions, particularly in terms of public benefits, are very vague and uncertain and create not the kind of clarity that this bill had promised. So I think that can and should have received a lot more attention and work to try to fix that up. I think those are all the remarks I have for now, Mr. Chair, but I do want to congratulate the committee for the fine work that it undertook in reviewing this bill, and particularly the chair, who had to deal with an unruly mob at times amongst the committee members alone. And his chairing of the monumental clause-by-clause review meeting was much appreciated and helped keep things moving along. So I do want to recognize his efforts and thank him personally for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to try to confine my comments as much as possible to the substance of the report and the committee's experience in reviewing the bill. So not getting into the substantive merits, flaws, or concerns around the actual piece of legislation. Committee's process was, I think, an interesting one where the steps were taken to collaborate with the sponsoring minister on how we could find common ground on improvements to the bill, but there were some very hard lines that were established in our process, and it was, that kind of intransigence is very difficult to deal with in a system of government where there is, the minister is ultimately the gatekeeper of changes made to the bill. And oftentimes the lack of certainty and clarity were really the fundamental concerns of committee. And it took a lot of public engagement to address some of those concerns with substantive changes to the bill and the necessary improvements. And I think that should be a reminder of how important public engagement is and how important public views are in shaping the legislative process in this House, and that we have to constantly endeavor to ensure that that takes place, because sometimes both governments and members can miss the point of things that are important to Northerners and to our partner governments, and of course in this case to industry as well. So I still think we could have had a smoother process if committee had been more engaged and involved with the drafting of the bill and had a better understanding of how that was managed. The committee will be bringing forward a more comprehensive report on this, but in the case of this bill in particular, the co-drafting exercise, which I think is a necessary step in the evolution of governance in the Northwest Territories, and establishing a very clear role for Indigenous partnership in drafting public laws, there still needs to be a role of legislative oversight and the ability of both the public and of members of this House and appropriate standing committees to alter, change, improve, or otherwise make amendments to sections that have been previously agreed upon at the drafting level. And I think that needs to be a very clear part of our process, that intransigence and hard lines drawn on changes to bills really have to be carefully considered. And the viewpoints that are shared with the committee need to be carefully considered by government ministers as well. Because again, they are the ultimate gatekeepers on what can be changed at the committee stage. And if the committee feels very strongly that changes need to be made, and that's backed up by public viewpoints, it can be a very frustrating experience to not be allowed to make those changes, even when your convictions say that they ought to be made. So that being said, there were plenty of other areas of common ground that the committee was able to find with the sponsoring minister, and direct relationships with staff on both ends of the table that helped make some of those compromise adjustments to the bill. So it's not all bad, but certainly the largest concerns, I don't think, really found the cooperation necessary to address them in a timely fashion, which is one of the reasons why the clause by clause was a 4-hour review late into the night. So I hope we can avoid this in the future, especially around pivotal pieces of legislation like the Mineral Resources Act. And I hope we can broaden our engagement at all times when we're passing laws like this that are fundamental to our economy, fundamental to our territory, that involve as much public input and stakeholder engagement as possible. And that should be an important lesson learned for all members, but in particular governments who are bringing forward legislation. Do it early, don't do it late. Give time for committee to request extensions when needed, to do their due diligence and make sure that bills are ready to go forward, so we're not in a situation where we have to go back later on and make improvements after all this process has gone by, and that the public feels like there's actual opportunity for this House to change to change bills in a way that the public supports, because that fundamentally is our role. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further? Seeing nothing. Mr. McNeely?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll reserve my opening comments once we get into the actual bill itself, not the report. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McNeely. Bit of a teaser there for Mr. McNeely. Anything further? Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop the curriculum for prospector training, working with Aurora College, the Mine Training Society, and in consultation with industry experts who can offer expertise in the applied content subject matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. It is being distributed. The motion has been distributed to the motion. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is a motion where we felt that part of what the government will be undertaking is that when prospectors or potential prospectors and explorers are applying for a prospector's license, that part of that process now will include that they take some courses that have to do with providing some degree of awareness so that prospectors and explorers can and will be informed with regard to the activities that you know would be taking place, and especially if they're not from around the Northwest Territories, that they receive some degree of awareness as it relates to certain sensitivities, let's say, with regard to prospecting and exploring in the Northwest Territories. So that's the intention behind this. The Mine Training Society, Aurora College, and others, and in particular industry, do have a history here in the Northwest Territories of working collaboratively to put forward programs that are relevant to exploration and mining. We've seen in the past some prospector programs. We've seen a geoscience field technician type program, and so we believe that this is a good motion to support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. While I support the motion, I think it needs to be clearly stated on the record that there were others that felt that they had expertise to offer in terms of prospector training. And I think Indigenous governments would have, Indigenous elders would have some perspectives, some expert knowledge that they could share in terms of cultural awareness and awareness of the land rights agreements and our co-management system that mining is required to operate within. I know NGOs also expressed an interest in having an opportunity to look at whatever kind of curriculum might be developed. I note that in Ontario, there is already online training modules that people can have to walk through and pass a test, essentially. I've looked at that information myself, and I think we can and should adopt some of the ideas that Ontario already has in place. But it's not just industry experts that I think have something to offer here. There are other parties that can and should be engaged in the development of training materials, and they've asked for that opportunity. So I'm sure the minister will ensure that they have an opportunity to get engaged in the development of this information as well. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further general comments on the report? Or rather, sorry, we're on a motion here. To the motion.
question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories work with the N.W.T. Association for Communities and Municipal Governments in the Northwest Territories to develop solutions to resolve the challenges of rights issuance that overlaps with municipal boundaries in order to better protect municipal infrastructure and ensure public interest is protected. And further, efforts should also be directed at protection of lands and waters where critical municipal infrastructure is located or planned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's a motion. The motion is on the floor and in order. To the motion, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think that the motion sort of speaks for itself. What we discovered when we were traveling with the bill in a lot of the regional centers, and in particular Yellowknife, that there is a genuine concern with regard to making sure that the public's interests are protected, especially as it relates to the critical infrastructure. A couple of good examples are things like quarries and, say, for example, water intake lines. These are areas of interest to the city that they're concerned with when it comes to people being able to put some kind of claim or stake over these particular interests. And so, you know, we made some certain attempts to try to address this through way of various motions to this bill. Unfortunately, none of those passed. And so this is a recommendation on behalf of committee that says that the government needs to pay attention to these needs that municipal governments have as it relates to protecting the best interests of their citizens, especially as it relates to those critical pieces of infrastructure that they need for to basically protect and promote the interests of their residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So yes, committee did hear concerns around the impacts of mineral exploration and development within municipal boundaries, and where this has led to some issues of land use conflicts, particularly in Inuvik. I'm certainly well aware of a number of prominent cases that have been in the media around land use conflicts in Dawson, around placer mining. And although committee tried to work with the minister on this, to try to find ways to provide notice and opportunities for temporary restrictions linked to municipal interests and purpose within community boundaries and so on, we weren't able to make any progress because amendments required ministerial concurrence and he wasn't prepared to go there. So this is an attempt to try to get the minister to address this issue and our government to address this issue on a policy basis going forward. And, you know, realistically, what you would expect to happen is once a community has identified key municipal infrastructure like potable water, that there'd be a way to protect potable water sources permanently from activities that could impact potable water. Source water. I think that was even some efforts that were being done by Environment and Natural Resources to protect potable water, source water for municipal governments. And as municipalities grow and change, they may need to look at areas outside of their boundaries for sewage treatment, municipal landfills, recreational opportunities that are even outside of their own boundaries. We want to make sure that our communities have the ability to make sure that their investments are respected and so on. So the efforts that the committee was trying to go through was to try to prevent land use conflicts from happening in the first place by encouraging good neighbor relationships. You know, Terex has a great relationship within Yellowknife, but we wanted to find ways to try to instill that into the bill. Unfortunately, they weren't successful, so here's an attempt to try to get our government to deal with these issues on a policy basis going forward. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with the intent of this motion, and this is not a hypothetical situation where local governance, there's a problem with the interaction between the challenges of rights issuances on municipal boundaries, within municipal boundaries. This is a live issue. It's happened in Nunavut, and the committee was told about it in Nunavut. And during the clause by clause, there wasn't support from the sponsoring minister to resolve this issue the way the committee thought would be a reasonable way to address it. That being said, I think there's a lot of merit to this, and the motion does more or less speak to itself. But what we've heard so far is that the concern is when you're dealing with Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations, that they have inherent rights that are protected by the Charter and rights over lands and resources. So they have those rights need to be addressed in legislation and by government policy. And I don't disagree. That's really not a question. That's the reality, and it's good that the legislation governs that. But when it comes to municipalities, they have the rights that we give them as a territorial government. They're creatures of statute. And if we change the statute to reflect a different role for them, especially in regards to solving this problem, it's not removing rights from someone else or an inappropriate issuance of rights. It's what we've decided is appropriate to strengthen local governance in the Northwest Territories. And our ministers are very, very proud of their times served in the bear pit over the years. All of our MACA ministers talk about that. But we've got to do more than just take their concerns. We actually have to address these fundamental issues of local governance when we have the opportunity to do so, and I think that's what the committee tried to do. So I already know that most likely the response to this motion will be they'll do the workarounds as best as possible, but sometimes these require going to court, which adds additional costs to both industry and to municipalities. And when it comes to municipalities, it's taxpayers who foot that bill at the end of the day. So if we can find any way to resolve that through legislation and through reasonable applications of things like restricted areas, I think it's something we ought to be doing. And again, these are creatures of statute. By granting them additional powers to request things like a restricted area, it's not taking away rights from Indigenous governments, and it's not impinging on the rights of Indigenous governments. It's creating new authorities for our municipalities to better exercise control over their boundaries and to preserve vital public infrastructure for public purposes. And I really hope we don't see another response like that, and that we can change the government's perspective on these issues and start actually giving meaningful changes to our municipal partners. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. The question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories appoint an independent panel to undertake a review of the system for charging royalties to mining, petroleum, and natural gas companies operating in the Northwest Territories. And further, this review should include a comparison of the Northwest Territories system with that used in other jurisdictions, and should make recommendations on system improvement while providing opportunities for public input. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Thyn. Motion is in order. To the motion, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let other members elaborate a little bit more on this, but generally the genesis of where this motion comes from is recognizing that while this particular bill didn't undertake any detailed specifics as it relates to royalties, that there was a sense out there from folks who partook that they wanted to see some degree of a review on royalties, also as it relates to other mining financial or fiscal aspects. And so I think we recognize that the department is willing to undertake a two-part review of the financial or fiscal regime of mining and obviously oil and gas and royalties in general and taxation in general. So we commend them in that regard. This motion speaks to starting an independent panel that would be a part of undertaking that process. And so, and of course, this would allow an opportunity for some public input. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And mines in the Northwest Territories, or the minerals industry in the Northwest Territories, pays a lot more than just royalties. Our regime, our fiscal regime, is very unique in that we charge rents and other forms of revenue-generating fees to active mines that produce revenue that's used for public purposes outside of that royalty regime. And I think what I learned at least, and I won't speak too much for committee here, but that this is a much larger issue than just royalties. It's how we deal with public benefits by raising revenues from the minerals industry across the board. And if we're going to address this, we need to address all aspects of the system, not just one approach. And this is, I think, a sound amendment because it addresses that and asks that it be an independent review. So it's not an in-house review that comes forward in the form of a document that's laid on the floor of the House, but it's actually an independent review that can give a fair assessment of the benefits of and a transparent assessment of the benefits of extractive natural resource industries in the Northwest Territories. And I think that would settle a lot of the questions people have of the benefits of the minerals industry in particular and the oil and gas industry as well. And it needs to be undertaken, but we have to make sure it's done right, that it is done in a way that people aren't going to criticize because it was an in-house review that perhaps doesn't have the best terms attached to it. Clear terms of reference, independent panel, that's the way to go. And I think we'll get answers to a lot of the questions that have been raised. We'll get the facts as to how much these industries contribute to our economy and contribute to our government. And we can make those adjustments that a lot of people have been calling for over the years and ensure we have a sound system. And I think there's, again, way too many moving parts here to just confine it to royalties. And this process is going to greatly improve on how we manage our fiscal regime if it's done right and if it goes to an independent panel. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. Nakamayak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't agree with this motion. You know what, Mr. Chair, this takes away from the mining industry, working out there's agreements that they have with Indigenous governments, also with the N.W.T. I think this motion kind of undermines that, and there are working parts. They're doing things already to take care of this, and this seems like an expensive add to what's going on here. So I think this takes away from the negotiating capabilities from Indigenous groups, mining industry, and the government-to-government relationship that the N.W.T has with industry and with Indigenous groups. So this doesn't really make sense to me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So when ITI went out the first time to talk about the Mineral Resources Act, the idea of royalties was part of the scope of those original consultations. They said that they were going to conduct a review of the royalty regime. That was what was promised. We didn't get it. I think I understand why, because it's very complicated, but that's what they promised, and they didn't deliver. And it's part of the post-devolution promise of we're going to devolve and then evolve. Now that our government has taken over something as significant as mineral resources and how we manage those, I think we owe it to our citizens to look at the revenues that accrue to this government as a result of mineral extraction. That's what any reasonable jurisdiction would do. The federal government didn't really do a very good job at this. But that's not going to change under this government, at least during the 18th Assembly. So And of course, this doesn't take away from Indigenous governments' rights and so on, because they already have rights in their own agreements that enable and entitle them to be involved in any kind of review. And that can be separate bilateral discussions and negotiations and so on. And I'm sure that our government will do its best to respect that. And but in no way will this take away from the inherent rights of Indigenous governments. Certainly when the department talked about this initially, I said, you know, this is going to be very complicated. It's not just royalties. It is about taxation. It's about the property taxes that mining companies pay in the general taxation area as well. It's also about taxes that the workers pay, and that's usually the biggest amount of revenue that accrues to our government. So I understand that this is complicated, but that shouldn't prevent it from happening. That's what the public deserves. I've talked about the mixed role of this department in promoting mining and regulating it at the same time. There's an inherent conflict there. So I don't think that this kind of review is something that should be handled internally by the department. That's why this recommendation has suggested that there should be some independent experts that can be brought to bear on this and give advice with public input. So that the review really does need to be conducted by an independent panel, not an internal review conducted by the department. The last part of this is of this motion is about making sure that there are opportunities for public input, and that should include, of course, the mining industry itself, who obviously has a stake in this, but NGOs, the public, businesses, the business community, they should all have an ability to participate in this kind of review. So I think this is a sound recommendation, and I will support it, and I look forward to the 19th Assembly dealing with this matter and ensuring that it is independent and there's expert advice brought to bear on this, and that there's opportunities for the public to be engaged. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the motion. The question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories assess, develop, and adopt a set of principles, tools, and indicators to drive performance and ensure greater transparency and accountability, such as those contained in the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI, or the Towards Sustainability Mining, TSM, commitment of the Mining Association of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. It is an order to the motion. Mr. Van Thyn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of this was touched on just in our last motion here, so I won't elaborate too much, but I think this goes to show that there's still a continued desire for public to understand exactly what contributions mining makes to the Northwest Territories in its various forms. And so there's this desire for more transparency in that regard. And we see here in this recommendation that, and we're encouraging the government to use best practices, and some of the models that we do see are some of the ones that have been named in this recommendation. And frankly, these are ones that the mining industry generally supports. The Canadian or the Mining Association of Canada, and a number of their members already undertake these initiatives on their own volition. So we're simply asking our government to use what is considered to be some of the best practices with regards to models of reporting and apply them to the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the motion. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I support this motion. I've made statements in the House already about extractive Industry Transparency Initiative and how I believe our government should adopt this, as a number of other governments around the world have. And I've made statements in the House about how some of the mining companies here that operate here have already accepted this initiative and the kind of reporting that would be required. The federal government already has in place something called the Extractive Sector Transparency Measures Act. The problem with that act is that it's based on self-reporting by companies. They have different reporting entities. They use different financial years. There seems to be some confusion between what constitutes a royalty versus a fee versus taxes. There's no quality assurance, quality control that I can detect in terms of the reporting that's done via a Natural Resources Canada website. But we had discussions with the department, the minister about that. I think there's even some wording in the bill around this. This does not constitute a proper reporting transparency measure of the federal legislation. I think our citizens deserve to know how much royalty each mine pays. That's just a very simple fact. Yet our government has refused to disclose this to our citizens. So this motion is an effort to try to move us a little bit more towards greater transparency and accountability, and I support it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I think that we've heard a commitment from the government that there is going to be this comprehensive financial review of our of everything that is at play with natural resources, including royalties, including transparency, including reporting. So I have great confidence that the 19th Assembly will be dealing with this issue. I view these recommendations as more as guidance to the next Assembly on how what this committee's experience was, and to take those lessons on in building that review and ensuring that it addresses the concerns that we've heard and the evidence that we've considered. But I do think these tools, again, which are indicated in the motion, have broad support from civil society, from industry, and from governments, and I think are a good way forward. So I support this motion, and I hope the future government will be reminded of our work and take that on as they conduct this public review in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop an implementation plan for the Mineral Resources Act that identifies short and longer-term objectives, such as the development of regulations, and which identifies how key stakeholders will be engaged. And further, that the Government of the Northwest Territories return to the appropriate standing committee in the 19th Legislative Assembly with a copy of the draft implementation plan for committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Thyn. Is the motion on the floor? Motion is in order to the motion. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the committee was made aware of how Quebec and Ontario, two major jurisdictions in Canada, carried out major reviews of their mining rights legislation, and Ontario, the rollout of that actually took about a decade to achieve. So I know that we did have some discussions with the minister and his staff around this. This is not going to happen quickly. There's a whole variety of regulations that need to be developed and some very serious policy discussions that need to take place with Indigenous governments and hopefully the public and industry. So the intent of this is to try to make sure that there is an implementation plan so that we can clearly communicate how long this is going to take and establish some milestones, some indicators of progress, and some accountability as this rolls out. So that's the purpose of this motion, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to the minister responding. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the previously noted implementation plan identify how the regulatory gap related to the matter of removing drill core be resolved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. The motion is in order. To the motion, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, through this process, I think that we recognize that you know, there, of course, is one of the most important aspects of mining and exploration is drill core, and that it can be a little bit challenging and costly at times to store and or move drill core, but that its preservation is very important due to what it can provide for you know, history and for future exploration opportunities. And so we felt that there was certainly a need to be able to address those challenges that we have as it relates to making sure that we're safeguarding drill core and making sure that it's going to have some opportunity in the future to be accessible to those who might have some interests in exploration or prospecting in the Northwest Territories, or even for mines. So that's kind of at the basis of it, but I think others might want to talk around this as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, anybody who's hiked around Yellowknife knows that you can stumble across drill cores out in the bush that have been left there. And as my colleague from Yellowknife North mentioned, we want to ensure that the money, the expense, the effort that's gone into drilling and you know, retrieving core and you know, storing it, that geological knowledge is protected, but in some cases, drill core, when it's left out in the open, can present a safety issue, public safety issue, when core racks start to fall over and so on. Some of the core may have the potential to generate acid, leach metals, so that there can be some environmental issues around some of the core that might be brought above ground. And I'm happy to say that we did work with the minister and the department to make a couple changes to the bill, so that abandonment is now subject to regulations at the minister's discretion. But what we did discover is that drill core is not actually dealt with in any way through something like the Mackenzie Valley Land Use Regulations, Territorial Land Use Regulations. The thresholds and items covered in those regulations don't really cover drill core. So this is a policy recommendation around making sure that we close up that regulatory gap in the other regulations that deal more generally with reclamation and restoration of lands, so that we capture the geological knowledge and make sure that there's no safety or environmental issues in the future. So I support this. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends, to the extent it is possible before the dissolution of the 18th Assembly and for the public record, that the government provide a response to these recommendations, even of a preliminary nature, that committee may publicly disclose. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor and in order. To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Seeing nothing further, does committee agree this concludes our consideration of Committee Report 33-18-3? Thank you, committee. This concludes consideration of Committee Report 33-18-3. Committee. We will move on to consideration of Bill 34 after a very brief recess. I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 34, Mineral Resources Act. I will turn to the Minister responsible for opening comments. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to introduce Bill 34, the Mineral Resource Act. Bill 34 is part of our government's work to improve the Northwest Territories land and resource management regime to ensure Northerners are able to make decisions that support sustainable, responsible development and protection of the environment while respecting Indigenous rights. Today I'd like to speak with you about its purpose and our vision for what it can achieve. First and foremost, this legislation is the foundation upon which our management of the mineral industry can be built. Its defining goals are to give our government the ability to respond to the wants and needs of our people, bring clarity and certainty where it is lacking, modernizing how we govern mineral resources, and codify our current best practices. New authorities proposed in this Act will give us the ability to establish regulations to match those ambitions. We believe the Mineral Resource Act defines a vision for managing exploration and mining in a way that makes sure Northwest Territories residents benefit, fosters positive relationships, and advances the public interest while maintaining a balanced approach and encouraging investment. Contained within this bill are provisions which would ensure benefits for Indigenous governments and organizations for major mining projects that enter the operations phase of a mine. It is our firm belief that it is good public policy to codify our territory's long-standing commitment to bringing benefits to Indigenous communities from resource projects. While this is the first in legislation for Canada, the intent is to simplify, translate the practice of negotiating with Indigenous governments, which mining companies are either already doing or expected to do in some form, wherever they do business, into law. We think this requirement can have a positive impact on investment decisions, as there is a growing movement towards sustainable financing by large investors, with benefits to and support from Indigenous governments increasingly seen as a necessity. Bill 34 also addresses benefit-generating tools for all Northwest Territories residents. The bill will clarify an approach that has existed in practice through our existing social economic agreements. As a government, we work to collectively with our producers towards shared goals, but at the same time provide the flexibility to allow evolution in these agreements or to use other appropriate tools to generate benefits for the territory in the future. For Indigenous governments, communities, public government, and those looking to do business here, there are measures in this bill which will benefit each of them as they work to build mutually beneficial relationships in the mining industry. We believe this bill will encourage early engagement, better communication, and predictable dispute resolution. This bill defines new authorities for reducing conflict by addressing gaps around sensitive lands and local awareness amongst those exploring for minerals. We have proposed zones to create a method for Indigenous governments to drive where and how they could attract exploration investment within their lands by recommending them to the Minister. We also believe they will create certainty by providing clarity on where IGOs wish to encourage exploration and where exploration is welcome. We are also proposing a tool for Indigenous governments to quickly access protection of areas where sensitive cultural, ecological, or spiritual considerations facing imminent harm exists and were previously unknown. This would be a short-term measure to bridge the gap on the way to a permanent solution. The Mineral Resource Act will enable our exploration regime to move into the 21st century with online map staking. This will actually help facilitate improved communication and transparency once implemented. We recognize that geological information is key and that a whole lot of it is collected through the mineral exploration to mining activities. This bill will give us the authorities to collect more geoscience information through all stages of the mineral development cycle. Such measures would add to our understanding of the territory's geology, and when that information is made public, it has the potential to encourage economic development in the future. The Act also respects the need for reasonable confidentiality to protect commercial interests. Bill 34 is one of the most significant pieces of legislation introduced in the Northwest Territories since devolution of 2014. The Department completed extensive legislative research multi-platform engagement campaign where the public, Indigenous governments, industries, NGOs, and other interested stakeholders were invited to comment, feedback from those on Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, and a close collaboration with the Intergovernmental Council throughout the policy development process. The Department produced and promoted plain language materials to assist informing the public. The Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment has worked with the Legislative Division of the Department of Justice on this bill. The Department has been clear that many regulations, along with accompanying awareness materials, must be completed to bring provisions of this Act into force should it pass. We are committed to moving forward in the spirit of collaboration with our partners on the Intergovernmental Council, our industry, and of all our affected stakeholders, and we recognize how important that collaboration will be in getting the implementation right. Everyone involved in making of this bill wants improved investor confidence, and we also want to maintain increased investment in the Northwest Territories. The bill will not come into force until necessary regulations are in place for the Act's general function. The implementation of the Mineral Resource Act will be a phased approach. This is consistent among other jurisdictions that have done similar overhauls of their mining legislation. I wish to commend the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment on their continued engagement with the public as this bill has moved through the legislative process. It is an important bill, and I appreciate how much time and effort has been dedicated by all parties, and I hope the plain language materials the Department produced and promoted since introduction were helpful in informing the public. I welcome any questions members may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does the chair of the committee that reviewed the bill have any opening comments? Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the minister's opening comments. I think he's spoke well to the bill in general. I just do want to touch one more time on committee's experiences to some degree, and just say again that, you know, we agree with the minister that clearly this is one of those bills, one of those laws for this territory that is certainly incredibly important for, call it the success of our territory going forward, and that the undertaking of this review was reflective of that. I think that it was extensive, and we're incredibly appreciative of all the input that we've received up and down the entire valley as it related to this bill, and from all of the important stakeholders and their contributions that they have made. Committee again wants to extend a thank you to the minister and his staff for the very collaborative approach that we had between us. You know, there was a couple of unique circumstances where we really felt that there was the opportunity to sit face to face with the minister and his staff, along with our committee and our staff, and I think that that really made a difference and allowed for some progress to be made where it may not have otherwise. And so there might be other members that want to speak to the actual bill itself, but I just wanted to share a little bit more about the process that we experienced, and that while it had bumpy roads at times, and I'm sure there might be a few more bumps that could be experienced this evening over the next couple hours, but that at the end of the day, the result is going to be a world-class piece of legislation that the territory can certainly show off to the rest of the country and others. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I understand there are witnesses. So, Sergeant at Arms, can you please escort the witnesses into the chamber, and Minister, you may take your seat at the witness table. I see we have a couple of visitors in the gallery that have joined us. I'd like to welcome Mr. Tom Hofer, the Executive Director of the N.W.T. Nunavut Chamber of Mines. Welcome. The minister is ready. Would you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On my left is Pamela Strand, Assistant Deputy Minister of ITI. On my immediate right is Laura Fernita, Senior Legislative Advisor for ITI. And my far right is Kelly McLaughlin, Legislative Counsel of the Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Welcome to the witnesses. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 34. Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I agree wholeheartedly with the Minister that this is one of the most significant, if not the most significant pieces of legislation that's come forward that has been driven by this government's priorities and not in response to the priorities of other governments. However, I think we have a long way to go until it's world class, and that is because so much of this legislation is dependent on the regulations which will come after the bill is passed, should it be passed. And those regulations are crucial in how this is going to operate. And if the intention here is to create a positive environment for investment, then we need to ensure that those regulations are given the appropriate amount of both scrutiny from this House, but also engagement from Indigenous governments and organizations and from industry and civil society in general. And currently the bill has no requirements for that. We know that the department has signaled that there will be at least some role for public engagement in the regulatory process, but there's no certainty that that will occur. And that is a key concern of myself in reviewing this legislation. I think it's almost too much to ask to say trust government. We'll figure it out when we have the opportunity to ensure that some things happen by changing statute through amendments. So this is an area of key concern for me moving forward. As to other issues I have concerns about in this bill, the first would be the concept of zones. I think there's much confusion, both on the side of industry and what we've been told by the department on what zones are, how they will work, what is the policy intention of zones, and how they will ensure we have consistency across our mineral tenure regime in the Northwest Territories. And the legislation does not provide much clarity. And there have been some amendments that were brought forward, but I think we have to be very vigilant to ensure that there is a standard set for this regime, this regulatory regime, that is reliable, predictable, and effective, and that zones are not a way to circumvent that. Because if we have a patchwork of regulatory environments competing with each other in the Northwest Territories, that is not what I think is best serving the public's interest. So, and unfortunately, I don't think the bill answers many of those questions. Perhaps the regulations will, but this tool, I think, is one that could put us in a very uncomfortable situation if not managed effectively. The second is Part 5, which deals with benefit agreements. Now, I will say I commend the courage of the minister to introduce legislation that's the first in Canada to do something. We've heard many a debate in this chamber about how we cannot do things because the rest of the country hasn't moved forward on it. Banning genetic discrimination is one example. There was another one yesterday. You know, these are common refrains in this government that we can't be the first movers on major policy shifts. So the fact that we're doing that with this legislation is something to be commended. The question is, are we doing it in the most effective way that doesn't concern all of our partners? And the committee received a great deal of feedback from industry on this concern and when we approached the department to explain what their intentions were with Part 5, all the contents for legislated socioeconomic agreements and other benefit agreements, the response we got early on was this section was intentionally left vague, and that caused a whole host of issues. Now, I know the minister is keen to resolve these, and perhaps we'll have more resolution beforehand. But I think what's imperative as we close this process is that the government's policy intent is clearly stated in this House and on the public record, so there is no confusion when the regs are developed, because this legislation cannot be something that creates uncertainty, and this area of the legislation is creating uncertainty. And all we have are clear signals of policy intent and a hope that that policy intent carries through the regulatory process where most of these decisions are going to be made. So I still have some pretty significant concerns around Part 5, and if there are no changes today, it may affect my support for the bill. Finally, another significant issue is around the role of supporting local governance in municipalities in regards to minimal tenure conflicts in the Act. The committee felt very strongly that we need to create a place in statute for municipalities to be able to exercise some degree of authority in protecting the public's interest within municipal boundaries, and also receiving notice of when work is going on. This is something that's been consistent throughout our consultations on the post-devolution bills as well. Unfortunately, we're not there with this bill. I spoke about it earlier when we discussed the committee's recommendations, but if there is a way to enshrine this in statute, again, we are not taking rights away, we are ensuring local governments is sound, strong, and effective. And I think that's another fundamental flaw with this bill that needs to be corrected, and today is the opportunity to correct that. And finally, there is uncertainty around the role going forward of Indigenous governments, industry, and civil society in the development of regulations, and that is a fundamental concern that must be addressed. So ultimately, it's a better bill than when we started. I think the government has done its best to answer a lot of these uncertain questions. But with so much to do with regulation, we need to get very clear answers on the record today, and I hope the minister and his staff will oblige that. But I will comment to say that the contentious issues and the inability to move forward in some cases was not for lack of trying, and it should be noted that members, the minister, staff from the department, staff who support our committee, worked very hard on this, and they should be commended for their efforts. It does take a lot of sometimes there's just no way to move forward on fundamental differences of opinion, and that's where we found ourselves. So we'll see how it goes today, but I hope the minister can at least provide very clear rationale for the areas of concern that I have with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. General comments on the bill, Mr. McNeely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too, I'm glad to hear the minister's address and feel in support of those comments and add mine. Mr. Chair, I comment on today's largest piece of legislation faced by this Assembly on post-devolution. As we modernize history in the spirit of balancing Indigenous engagement, stakeholder confidence, environmental concessions, and protection in the remedial process, it comes to the point in telling ourselves, did we satisfy all stakeholders and produce valued legislation? Looking at the legislation that's going to govern the industry, and look at the industry itself and the huge presence of benefits by industry in this territory has, over the course of our deliberations on the last 4 years, have really given me a different perspective on the length of benefits created by industry's presence. The Northwest Territories natural resource sector are bedrocks and foundation of our economy. Our mining sector in particular is widely recognized as a global destination for mineral investment, as identified by the recent Fraser Institute report. The Abacus 2016 report identifying 86% of the Northwest Territories residents say that the mining sector is important to the economy, while 82 and 83% say regulation works well and would like to see more projects. And I'm confident that number will go nothing but higher given the fact we're modernizing legislation. Now, Mr. Chair, we have the benefits of our Northern Supply Chain Vendor System, a system that includes businesses and residents, as I mentioned earlier. This mining industry and the supply chain is truly the backbone of our economy outside of the TFF. At a time of global economic situation, drafting legislation and supporting our regulation regime is our responsibility, a post-devolution responsibility I personally take serious, knowing the benefits of its production. On the federal level, to mineral legislation, particularly Bill C-69, has been welcomed by the Mining Association of Canada, which sees it as an important on the improvement on the status quo. The status quo is not sustainable for Canada nor the N.W.T, where we have mines coming to an end and a few options to replace them. It is my hope that Bill 34, the Mineral Resources Act, will provide greater certainty to the mining industry on how to operate in the Northwest Territories, ensuring that our economic foundation remains firm. I add those words, Mr. Chair, and look forward to making history on modernizing our Mineral Resources Act in confidence that we are providing confidence to the industry that we recognize as a big economic driver in our Northwest Territories and the huge amount of benefits provide to individuals, businesses, and government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McNeely. We are making history here, and I wanted to take a moment to thank all the pages who've been with us this past couple of weeks while we've been making history. Whoever said history was boring, eh? Thank you guys all very much for the hard work that you've been doing for us. Seeing nothing further, I guess we can move into Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, I did want to take time to respond to a few things that the minister mentioned in his opening remarks, and then I'd like to ask a couple lines of questioning if I can. So I know that we held a lengthy clause-by-clause review the other night. There was a lot of intentions offered by the minister on some of the language in the bill, but the language itself doesn't really reflect a number of the things that I think the minister has said, even in his opening remarks here. And I'll just pick up on a few of these. The minister is right that there was extensive research conducted by the department. It took a long time to get that information out of the department to the committee, and in fact it was not a good working relationship. I had to apply under access to information, protection of privacy to get some of that information out of the department. So I think the relationship did improve over time, but I just continue to contrast that with what happened on the social envelope sides and of the legislation that I witnessed and saw, and I think it can and should have been a much more collaborative process. The committee tried to work, and we did achieve some compromises, but the minister talked about how there's going to be some public benefits provided in the bill, and I only wish that the process and the ideas were as clear as they are on the Indigenous government side in terms of benefit agreements. And I do support those, and the minister knows well my views on those. And I do support provisions from Section 52 on, but the public benefits are extremely vague and weak, and it's not why I came to this legislative assembly, and it's not why I think we're all here to look at the public interest. So I have some ideas to suggest on the public benefits side as well. The Minister mentioned that these zones are can be created at the request of Indigenous governments. The Minister also has the ability to establish zones on his or her own initiative. I've yet to see anything in writing where Indigenous governments, maybe I missed it, have specifically requested zones. Certainly the industry submissions I saw, they wanted some clarification of what zones were about and that the prospecting permit process would continue, but I didn't see any specific requests for zones either. So I'd like to turn though to three areas that I'd like to ask some questions about. We've heard some discussion of the royalty review or some kind of fiscal regime review that the department seems to have already started. So can someone please outline very clearly what the scope and substance of that review is? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Next, we have Mr. Simpson. Sorry about that, I'm slipping. Trying to encourage history. Minister, you have a reply to Mr. O'Reilly.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I get Mr. O'Reilly to repeat the exact part of the question, not just his opening comments, but the question?
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the clock is ticking. Can the minister clearly outline what the scope and substance of the fiscal regime is that his department seems to have already started? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Minister Schuman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have said that we will support a review of the N.W.T's resource royalty framework, and a review of the Northwest Territories resource royalty framework will need to consider the Northwest Territories' total fiscal context as well as our general operating environment. ITI, in partnership with the Department of Finance, has started the benchmarking work for such a review. There will be no public consultation at this stage in the process, as it is currently at a third-party research contract to benchmark the Northwest Territories against other jurisdictions, both nationally and internationally, and we anticipate the support that this being a priority of the 19th Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So while the minister was providing lots of reassurance around some of the concepts that the department wants to pursue through this legislation, can the minister clearly state whether there's any intention to make this review open to the public at some stage and ensure that there's independent experts retained as part of it? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a multi-departmental review, as I've just said, and that's going to be up to the 19th Legislative Assembly what they want to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's not the kind of reassurance I was hoping for, and that I think the public deserves, so I'll continue to pursue that. The regulation-making process is not set out in the legislation. We had one Indigenous government, Sawtooth Secretariat Incorporated, actually bring to our attention that there was some preliminary work being done on developing a memorandum of understanding or some sort of an agreement on what level of engagement they would have moving forward in the regulations. Can the minister clearly state on the record what that process is going to look like beyond what he's already said in his opening remarks? Whether there's going to be an opportunity for Indigenous governments, the public, industry, to have some level of involvement in drafting or at least review of regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I will say what I said the other night too, just so it's on the record. We will continue to move forward in a spirit of partnership as we develop regulations should this bill pass. That means we will going to take the time to get this thing right, and that's how the government of Northwest Territories operates, Mr. Chair. We will continue to work closely with Indigenous governments as we move through the process, as is their right and our responsibility. We will engage with industry, who is the most affected by these regulations. We will engage with members of this Legislative Assembly as has been our policy throughout this process, and we believe that is the right way forward. And as in saying, I said today, I'm confident we are leaving the 19th Legislative Assembly the flexibility to find its own approach to regulation development. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all of that. I just wish it was stated somewhere clearly in the bill. Mr. Chair, we had this raised with us during the review. Can someone provide a clear definition of what prospecting is and what can happen on a mineral claim and what kind of prospecting or mineral exploration can happen off a mineral claim? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need him to clarify the question again, just so it's very clear.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. O'Reilly, could you there, please? Thank you.
Chair, why is there no definition of prospecting in the bill? And I'd like someone to clearly explain what kind of exploration can happen on a claim versus off a claim. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What kind of work? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Minister Schuman. Thank you. Ms. Farina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify the rights that are granted under a mineral claim, the mineral claim, the nature of that is the exclusivity. So it is about who can do work on that claim and who cannot. The claim holder is the only one who can do work on the claim. Whether activities are authorized or not on that claim in terms of land use is under the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And whether or not the work done on the claim is given credit under our Act is under the work assessment regulations, currently under the mining regulations, which would be reflected in the regulations under the Mineral Resources Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Farina. Next, we have Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say I'll keep my comments brief because they've been extensively canvassed, but I have to remind myself that despite the fact the committee has spent countless days considering this bill, the only real public consideration of it has been in the clause by clause as well as some of the public meetings. I think that this bill cleans up a lot of the issues that have been lingering in the industry. I think that there are some very progressive ideas in here. The idea of including benefit agreements in legislation is one of those things that we can claim is world-class. And I think that in the end, it's going to work out to be a model for other jurisdictions. My concern is that that section of this bill, which is probably the most important, could be the most important section of one of the most important pieces of legislation that this Assembly is going to see, is that it doesn't quite seem to be ready for prime time. It's still quite vague, when I look at it and when committee looked at it, we had more questions than answers, and I know that industry felt the same. I'm a little confused by why that is. I understand that this co-development process was tough, and it wasn't necessarily always fast, and you can only get so much done in a certain amount of time. But just because we are coming to the end of an assembly doesn't mean that all the work has to stop and everything. You have to hand in your homework right now because it's the deadline, because that's not the case. This work could have gone on for another year, and perhaps we could have fleshed out this section. The regulations where this information that we're looking for from Part 5 will be kept are generally reserved for more technical details. The information in Part 5 that we would like to see is of a much grander nature. It's really broad public policy, and I think that as legislatures we need to have a look at it. And I think that that's sort of a difference of opinion maybe between Cabinet and the regular members, because I was struck that in the clause by clause, when the committee was explaining the reasons, or certain members were explaining reasons why they thought this wasn't ready to be put forward, the minister used those exact reasons to demonstrate why it was ready to be put forward. I think that when we are passing broad policy or broad legislative policies, it needs to come to us as representatives of the public and as the people who bring it out to the public for comment. I had a very difficult time trying to come up with any way to amend Section 5 in order to make it more clear, because it was so broad that you'd just be making guesses in the dark, essentially, by trying to amend it. And we also heard from at least one Indigenous government, I believe two, but I know for sure one, that if a single word was changed in Part 5, that they would pull their support for the bill. So, while we still had the ability to make those amendments, it was very difficult, and especially when, we're not subject matter experts necessarily. I think this should be a lesson for future assemblies on how to put forward legislation and how not to put forward legislation, I guess. I guess I'd like to maybe try to address some of those issues that we're all a little confused about. And like I said, my concerns are around Part 5. So I'd like to ask the minister if he could get on the record. I'll point this out as well, that the most clarification we've had about Part 5 happened at about 10 p.m. last Thursday out in the Great Hall when we were in the middle of a 4.5-hour meeting. The minister made some statements which, I think would be great to have on the public record, but the fact is that meeting while it was public, it wasn't transcribed, and it wasn't really attended by members of the public necessarily. I mean, I think there was industry representatives there, but there was no media there, and it was not streamed live as well. So it only exists in video format somewhere on YouTube or the Legislative Assembly website. And so what I'm getting at is I would like to see if the minister has that information for us again. So I'd like the minister to, if he can, state the objectives of Part 5 and provide clarification on the questions raised by industry, including the types of agreements that would satisfy the benefit agreement portion of the bill, at what point between exploration and production such an agreement would be required, and any other concerns that the minister thinks need to be addressed here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Minister Schuman.
Mr. Chair, I do have that, what I read out there, and I will read it out. I'm going to run the member's time probably, so he's going to have to get back on the list, so I will read this out. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a moment to discuss Part 5 of the Mineral Resource Act, which refers to the new requirement for benefit agreements in the proposed legislation. We have heard from Indigenous governments and organizations that codify the Territory's long-standing commitment to bringing benefits to Indigenous peoples in Part 5 is of great importance to them. Companies here have done a good job working with Indigenous communities to realize these kind of benefits in recent decades, leading across the country, in fact, and we want to set that for the baseline for the future. The Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment has been clear that Bill 34 is the enabling act. while the process and procedures for regulation development will be set by the 19th Legislative Assembly, we are committed to moving forward in a spirit of partnership with Indigenous governments, industry, and other stakeholders as we develop regulations should this bill pass. The Department has been clear that the Mineral Resource Act will not come into force until appropriate regulations have been developed and a level of comfort has been achieved with stakeholders prior to the implementation of the Act. We will get it right. We recognize a need for a balance and also a need to attract and maintain investment in the mineral sector. Nevertheless, and considering the feedback received, I believe there is value in clarifying the Department's intentions around Part 5 as outlined in the proposed bill. I would like to walk you through some of them now and set the record straight. 1. Mr. Chair, I'd like to first address the perception that this provision will deter investment. When we speak with major investors, we hear a growing trend towards socially conscious investing. Increasingly, whether projects have buy-in from and to provide benefits to Indigenous peoples and their governments is a major consideration. We believe enshrining this requirement can enhance investment by preparing the Northwest Territories to lead in the sustainable investment movement. 2. Second, I wish to address the concern that legislating benefit agreements could deter small-scale mining operations at the grassroots level from investing in the territory. The Act outlines a benefit agreement requirement will only be triggered for those projects that meet a prescribed threshold. The intent is that only significant major mining projects would meet this threshold. The exact way is to be determined will be defined in regulations. Third, such major mining projects will be required to enter into agreements with Indigenous governments, organizations that the Minister considers appropriate for the specific project. The Minister will provide the proponent a list of these Indigenous governments and organizations. This means that if the Minister identifies 2 Indigenous governments which should benefit from a project, a major mining proponent will be required to conclude an agreement with each of them. Whether there is a priority among various Indigenous governments and organizations in the distribution of benefits is a matter to be determined in negotiations between the Indigenous governments and the organizations and the proponent. Because priority concerns the substance or contents of the benefit agreement is not a matter in which the N.W.T would be involved. Fourth, the requirement for a benefit agreement also does not mean the parties need 2 agreements. Duplication is not the intent here. An existing impact agreement, benefit agreement, participation agreement, or any other agreement whereby benefits are provided to Indigenous government and its members would suffice. It is intended that the regulations will only require a proponent to show that an agreement has been concluded which provides fair and proportional benefits in the context of the project. Fifth, with regards to timing, the intent is for the requirement to be flexible to all major mining proponents to enter into these agreements at any time as long as it is prior to commencing production from a mine or the operation phase of a mine. The benefit agreement requirement is not intended to affect or to be connected to the external regulatory process for a mining project, such as those that run through the territory's regional land and water boards. Sixth, we have also heard concerns about perceived risk and uncertainty relating to the requirement for major mining proponents to negotiate satisfactory benefit agreements before entering into production, and the impacts this might have on potential investors. Bill 34 has built in 3 components that will address such risks. The first component could be used where neither the proponent nor the Indigenous government or organization wish to enter into a benefit agreement for a proposed project. In this case, the 2 parties may approach the Minister and request that the requirement be waived. This can be done as long as both parties are in agreement. Second component is the creation of a dispute resolution mechanism. If a proponent and an Indigenous government or organization does not wish to waive the requirement for a benefit agreement and have done everything in their power to negotiate agreement, they may request that this dispute resolution body resolve the issue. The dispute resolution body hears negotiates related issues and not benefit agreement. Implementation disputes. Parties can enforce implementation through contract law. The regulations will ensure that the dispute resolution is only used if negotiations break down significantly. The third component is ministerial waiver power. This power is not expected to be exercised often, only in exceptional circumstances. The vast majority of issues will fall under the dispute resolution body's jurisdiction. Cabinet must also support any proposed waiver. Mr. Chair, in closing, the department has heard the concerns about the need for the clarity around Part 5 and a recognition of these concerns, and I am prepared to bring forward two motions during committee of the whole review of the Bill 34 that will amend this part. I believe that these will add greater clarity around the requirement of benefit agreements, and I hope this will provide some confidence to members about the department's intention. Once again, I look forward to continuing to work with our partners in Indigenous governments, industry, other stakeholders to provide further details around this section and others in the bill during regulation development. And as we develop our execution plan with milestones and timelines, we will work closely with our key stakeholders while leaving room for our future government to define and implement a consistent process moving forward.
Thank you, and I'll just once again remind all members of the rule against anticipation. Don't speak to motions that are yet to be moved, as they are to be spoken to once they are moved. Next, we have Mr. Nakamayak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't comment too much. The minister had spoken a lot about Section 5. You know, coming from an Indigenous government and having our land claim signed, I've definitely been around the activities of from the beginning and closing of exploration. I'm a firm believer that we must attract investment in our territory, and in fact, attract it safely and responsibly. And I believe that this act will do that. I won't have much to add. Much of my colleagues have mentioned a lot of what we'd say. I won't reiterate, but I would like to ensure that my concerns are definitely around benefit agreements with Indigenous governments and impact benefit agreements, as well as investor confidence, as well as partnerships. Mr. Chair, as we move forward, we must ensure that the government must ensure that industry and Indigenous governments actually work together on some of the regulations on some of these, so that we can actually work out some of the kinks that will likely occur moving forward. Nothing ever comes out perfect. It will never please anybody. This is the government's bill, and the government only. But we must ensure that this looks at industry, Indigenous governments, and safe mining is what it comes down to, Mr. Chair. So let's get drilling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further general comments? Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was in the process of trying to get some clarification about why there is no definition of prospecting in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Farina?
Mr. Chair, so at this time, because we don't govern land use authorizations and activities, and because there is a process in terms of reasonable prosecutions, we do not believe that at this time we need to define prospecting, as there is an industry understanding of what that means. And I think across Canada and across the globe, you can see that there is an industry understanding of what that means. Should there be a need in the future to define prospecting, we do have the enabling authorities to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, so there may be an industry understanding of what prospecting is, but it's not outlined in the bill. It requires a license. You have to get a prospecting license to do prospecting, but I can't get a clear answer as to what it really means and what work. I understand if somebody stakes a claim, only they can do prospecting on the claim. But what if you have a prospecting license? What can you do off of a mineral claim? Can someone tell me that? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Farina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With a prospector's license, you can do activities that are below threshold, and those thresholds are set out in the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is just going in circles, so I think I'll stop it there. It's not clear to the public, it's not clear to me what what prospecting necessarily is, as authorized under this act. Somebody has to get a license to do it. It's not clear what it is, where it can be done, whether you have to have a mineral claim to do it or not. I think this is part of the problem here. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further, does committee agree we move to the clause-by-clause consideration? Thank you, committee. There are 116 clauses in the bill. And as I anticipate there may be a number of amendments that members wish to move, I'm going to take each clause one by one. Committee, we will consider the bill number and title after consideration of each clause. I will begin calling out the clauses one by one. When, if committee agrees with the clause, please, or disagrees, please respond accordingly. Each member may get my attention if they wish to speak to any particular clause. The first clause is found on page 10. To clause 1, does committee agree? Minister Abernathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a number of motions to make on behalf of the minister responsible. Shall I proceed with motion number 1? Mr. Chair, I move that Clause 1 of Bill 34 be amended by deleting the definition settlement lands and adding the following definition in alphabetical order. Settlement area means A. The area within the Northwest Territories is described in Appendix A to the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement entered into between Her Majesty the Queen in right of Canada and the Gwich'in as represented by the Gwich'in Tribal Council on April 22, 1992 as amended. B. The area within the Northwest Territories shown in Annex A and described in Annex A1 of the Inuvialuit Final Agreement entered into between the Inuvialuit and the Inuvialuit Settlement Region and the Government of Canada on June 5, 1984 as amended. C. The area within the Northwest Territories is described in Appendix A to the Saulteaux, Dene and Métis Comprehensive Claim Agreement entered into between Her Majesty the Queen in right of Canada and the Dene of Coville Lake, Delaunay, Fort Good Hope at Fort Norman, and the Métis of the Fort Good Hope, Fort Norman, and Norman Wells, as represented by the Saulteaux Tribal Council on September 6, 1993, as amended. D. The area within the Northwest Territories described in Parts 1 and 2 of the Appendix of Chapter 1 of the Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement among the Tlicho and the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada, signed on August 25, 2003, as amended. And E. Other areas prescribed as settlement areas for the purposes of this Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. There is a motion on the floor. The motion is in order. To the motion, Minister Abernathy.
The intent of this motion is to change Clause 1 of Bill 34 so that the definition of settlement lands to settlement areas, which is intended to clarify that the term captures all areas covered in land claim agreements in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. So I just need clarification. I understand that there's nothing in the DHO, the KHO, and the Acknowledgements process. I understand it's under E, other areas prescribed as settlement areas for the purpose of this act. So where would they, when they finalize this process, where are they going to be in? Are they going to be in the act or are they going to be in regulations? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. As this is a motion, there's no question and answer period. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you, committee. To Clause 1 as amended, does committee agree? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. So can I get clarification from the law clerk on where the land claims that are the settlement that are not done, where would they be fitting into this? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Law Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion of the definition of settlement area in this motion would allow for those claims to be included through regulations that would be adopted under the Act. And you can see that in sub E of the definition of settlement area, which allows for other areas prescribed as settlement areas. And prescribed is lawyer's language for by regulation.
Thank you, Madam Law Clerk. Anything further, Mr. Thompson?
So just to clarify, then when it gets to regulations, then they can bring it forward to make an amendment to this act to include those prescribed areas we were talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Law Clerk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. An amendment would not be necessary as the settlement areas could be added by regulation. And that would have the same effect as if they were listed in this legislation. However, the minister could choose, if he thought it would be more helpful to have a complete list right in the Act, the minister could also choose to amend the Act at the appropriate time to include any future land claim settlements.
And I'll note that as we're discussing Clause 1 as amended, you can direct questions to the witnesses, meaning the minister. Mr. Thompson, anything further?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I clarified what I was trying to understand, so thank you.
Thank you. To Clause 1 as amended, Mr. Nadley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to seek clarity from the law clerk as well. Just an observation, and fundamentally, I think that goes to the heart of this proposed legislation that there's distinction between settlement areas and areas that don't have a land claim that could be perhaps referred to as regions or else treaty areas. So my question is, would settlement areas also mean treaty areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Law Clerk.
Not as the definition is currently set out, Mr. Chair. The definition includes the four claims, or the four claims that are set forth in A to D, and then anything else that might be added by regulation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nadley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a supplementary. Why is it then we put a lot of effort in terms of formalizing recognition of settlement areas, but we don't also, in the same effort, recognize unsettled areas, say like the Detroit region or the Acacia region and their communities? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a question for the minister. I'll direct it to the minister. Mr. Nadley?
Yeah, just for the record, if maybe the law clerk could clarify for me that point. I think it's a legal question, and I just, in my own mind, I want to understand the certainty of the language. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Law Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to do so. Mr. Chair, the use of the word settlement area in the Mineral Rights Act is used in a very specific context throughout the Act. And it is often used to refer to issues and occasions where notice is required to be given. As a consequence, it is very important to know where notice is required to be given, and it's in that context that the definition of settlement area is used. I also note that the Act, and again, being aware of not jumping ahead too much, that Section 3 of the Act does deal with, does provide a statement that the Act is not meant or is to be interpreted in a fashion consistent with the recognition of Indigenous and treaty rights. And of course, there's also the usual conflict provision saying that Indigenous and treaty rights would prevail over this Act if there is an inconsistency, because we are not able to detract from Indigenous rights. They are constitutionally guaranteed rights. However, in this context, the use of the word settlement area is often used to allow for the decision maker to know to whom notice must be given under the Act of various steps that are taken throughout the mineral process. I hope that helps the member, Mr. Chairman. It may also be that the minister would be able to further elaborate on why the minister wanted to amend this bill to include this specific definition.
Thank you. Further, Mr. Nadley?
Yeah, it's concerning that those unsettled areas are not recognized, and there's always been the aspirations of First Nations of being recognized, and there's always challenges in terms of recognition of communities through First Nations, and this legislation basically spells that. That's that there's perhaps a misstep. Maybe the minister could clarify for me to at least my concerns that I have, perhaps he could maybe clarify that in those regions like the Decho and the Quechua, because they're not expressly recognized in this legislation, it doesn't mean that the legislation will not apply to their lands, must it?
Thank you. Ms. Farina?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, this definition only defines settlement areas, those under the land claim agreements as listed. However, every provision in the MRA that refers to settlement areas in terms of engagement or notice also has a similar accompanying parallel provision for unsettled areas in terms of traditional territory. So there's no difference in terms of what this bill discusses. It's just a technical term and how to refer to the different areas. And should those lands have a settled agreement, as we previously discussed, it could be added to this list. But effectively, this bill treats all those areas the same way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nadley?
So just for the record, First Nations have to be recognized once they have a settled land claim. Is that how they'll be recognized? And yet at the same time, we don't recognize treaty areas?
Thank you. Ms. Farina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify what I previously said. So they are recognized in the bill. Any provision that has a engagement or a notice for settlement areas also has a very parallel provision for traditional territories that would recognize the types of lands and peoples that you are speaking of. So they are absolutely recognized in the same way within this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nadley?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nadley. I think I had Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So while we're on the subject, I'm looking at, I guess I'm not allowed to look forward. Where are the occurrences in the bill where settlement areas are referred to? I just can't find any. I don't have my computer open to do a keyword search, but why was it necessary to include a definition of settlement area in the bill itself, because I can't find any instances of it at my fingertips. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the definition of settlement area that was just inserted replaced a motion, or sorry, replaced a definition of settlement lands. So the settlement lands terminology, it can be found in the bill, and it has been replaced with a definition for settlement area. And I understand we can't speak to matters that come, but I understand that there are adjustments that are made flowing out of that change. And then in that case, settlement area will be referred to in multiple provisions. But now the member could look to where it says settlement lands and anticipate settlement area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
I guess I just anticipate too much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. To clause 1 as amended. Thank you, committee. 115 to go. To clause 2. Clause 3. Clause 4. Clause 5. Clause 6. Clause 7. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I do want to commend the department for the work that they did with the committee and our staff to prepare this rather extensive list that's now clause 7 in the bill about a registry, and particularly 7.3, which is going to create a public registry. So the public is going to be guaranteed access to a lot more information under this bill than currently exists under the mining regulations, and this is a good thing. But the list of things that are here, there's one important matter that's not listed, and that's this a notice of intended work. And as I understand it, notice of intended work is going to be defined through regulations, and is basically to help encourage good working relationships, as the minister mentioned in his opening remarks. The definition of that is going to be worked out through regulations collaboratively with industry, hopefully the public and Indigenous governments as well. And I'm just wondering, why is that not included in the public registry? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. A question for the minister. I guess technically we can just, the minister is directing me to direct this to Ms. Strand. Ms. Strand?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard from industry that there were concerns related to confidentiality. As stated, this is a notice of intended work. So at this time, a wider disclosure of these notices of work could be detrimental on their intellectual property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, we're going to deal with this issue of, it is contained in the bill. In fact, the minister has the ability to exclude information, is required to exclude information that could be detrimental to business interests, that even go above and beyond what's in the Access to Information Protection of Privacy Act. The minister has extensive powers there that go above beyond what we've already legislated. So, and the minister has the ability to prescribe what this notice of intended work is going to look like. In fact, good companies already do this. Terex already does it here. They tell people what they're going to be doing each winter. It's my understanding that in Ontario and in Quebec now, companies do this. They tell people what they're generally going to do at a high level in terms of exploration. And this just makes for good neighbors. It helps avoid land use conflicts and so on. And I have every confidence that the department's going to work with industry to make sure that no detrimental information is going to be disclosed. But why can't that kind of, at a high level, we're going to be doing 5 drills around Prelude Lake or something. Why can't that kind of information be put on a public registry? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take the comment as noted, but we'll certainly have a look at this as we develop regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think it was a question more than a comment. Mr. O'Reilly, could you please repeat?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So given that the minister already has the discretion to define what is in this notice, the good practices that are already in place, as shown by Terex here locally, why can't this information about intended work be filed on the public registry? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Confidentiality, as we said, was identified as an issue, so we choose to tailor this provision to have the provision obligation to circulate the notice to Indigenous governments as a way to demonstrate our commitment to their inherent rights in relationship to the land. And as I said, noted, we will look at this in the regs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I understand this is going to be dealt with by regulation, what this notice of intended work is going to look like, but we're talking about a requirement that it actually be disclosed on a public registry after the minister negotiates some kind of an arrangement through regulation to protect business interests. This is about encouraging good working relationships, good neighbors, avoiding land use conflicts. I'm trying to understand what the problem is in saying that that should be part of the public registry now. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bit of a red herring, as most observations example of Terex, who have acquired a vast majority of mineral interests surrounding where they are doing business. In this particular instance, there may not be a concern related to intellectual property. If certain companies wish to do so, that is their prerogative, and we encourage it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've yet to hear any good reason why this cannot be included now. That the minister has the authority to develop regulations that define what this notice of intended work is going to look like, and the minister is required in the Act to keep information confidential that could be detrimental to business. I just have heard no good reason why this cannot be put on the public registry. So I understand there may be another member that would like to speak to it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. To Clause 7, Clause 7, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm keenly interested in some of the rationale we've heard from the minister, so I'd just like to pursue that further. So does the minister agree that there are sufficient protections included in the Act to allow the minister of the day or the government to prevent the disclosure of information that would be harmful to business interests in the public registry? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the concerns that we have around this is wet and wear activities that are happening on a claim, and what could potentially come about from that activity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart.
Thank you. I'd appreciate if the minister could answer my question. Does he feel, is the position of the government that the minister has adequate ability to protect the confidential business interests of industry from the public, from being posted on the public registry? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trand.
What we heard was this was a very sensitive discussion point with industry. What we're trying to do is strike a balance here. And until we have that further conversation on content and what areas this intended work might apply for or apply to, we are recommending that we, at this point, do not make them public until we have that secondary engagement and discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I've reviewed the clause that allows the minister to prevent disclosure, unintended disclosure in the public registry, and I'm satisfied that it has broad powers for the minister to prevent disclosure of information that would be harmful to business interests. So I hear what the witnesses are saying, but I also heard them talk about inherent rights. So could the government, or could the witnesses walk us through how a disclosure of intended work would impinge on the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farina?
Chair, I would just like to request clarification because these are circulated to Indigenous governments and organizations based on recognition of their inherent rights and status. I don't believe the bill reflects that it impinges on their rights. So if you could just, maybe I misunderstood the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, and I just want to make sure everyone checks their light in front of them before they begin speaking, because sometimes it takes a second to change the microphones. Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When questions are being put to the minister by the honourable member for Frame Lake, one of the responses was the reason that the government has declined to include intended work in the public registry is concern A, around confidentiality, which we've discussed, and B, that it would somehow impact or limit or infringe upon the inherent rights of Indigenous persons. So I would like the government to walk me through that, about how, and I'll be very precise here, how including a provision that intended work would be provided in the public registry infringes on Section 35 rights. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
I think what we need to do is clarify, because I think they're thinking I said something which I didn't say. So let's read this exactly here again so everyone's quite clear on it. Confidentiality was identified as an issue, so we choose to tailor this provision to have a positive obligation to circulate the notice to Indigenous governments as a way to demonstrate our commitment to the inherent rights in relationship to the land. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So How does including a provision on the public registry for a notice of intended work, how is that related to providing direct notice to Indigenous governments and organizations? I'm fine with that. I think that's a prudent choice. That's a separate issue. That's not the public registry. That's direct notice, which is another provision governed by the Act. So how does that matter impact at all with what's being raised here today, that notices of unintended work, which we already know can be protected from the confidentiality issues around business interests, can be protected by the minister by preventing that disclosure on the public registry. That's a section of the Act. That's another section that the minister just quoted. So let's get back to the real issue here, is why can't this be done in this section? If we could have a very clear answer that's not related to other parts of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trand?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this provision was to ensure Indigenous governments have an idea on what's going on their settlement lands, which can be vast. As the minister and we have stated, there have been concerns from industry about the confidentiality of that data. If it was public, until we have the conversation about the content and how we would be asking them to report on that information. And so at this point, we need to leave that space to have the conversation with industry before we commit to making these notices public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
Could the... Okay, so if industry filed an objection, let's say there was a notice to be made public, what would be the process there? Would the minister work with industry to prevent the disclosure of that information, or would the minister just insist that the disclosure take place? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a hypothetical, and those aren't the kind of questions that we pose here, but if the minister cares to respond, I'll let him, minister. The minister has indicated he does not care to respond. Mr. Testart.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'm not trying to frustrate process here, Mr. Chair. We're trying to get clear answers, and what we heard was rationales referencing other parts of the bill that don't really relate to the point the member raised. So, you know, it's going to be a long night if we continue along this road, but these are important questions that haven't been satisfactorily answered. Nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're in for a long night regardless. Clause 7. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I move that Clause 7 of Bill 34 be amended by adding the following after paragraph 3R. R1. Any notices of intended work filed under subsection 42 brackets 1 and any waivers made under subsection 42 bracket 4. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. There's a motion on the floor. The motion is in order. It is being distributed. To the motion, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we're kind of in this awkward situation where I wanted to get some clarification about what the intent of the registry was and so on, and why notice of intended work, at least in the minister's and the minister's staff's view, could not be put on the registry. So this motion would require that it be put on the public registry, subject to the confidentiality requirements in the Act. There's confidentiality requirements even in this section of the bill. There's other provisions further down in Part 8 of the bill. I've heard concerns around that industry might be worried about what's in here, but the minister already has the authority to define through regulation what this notice of intended work is going to look like. So the minister already has that authority. The minister has an obligation to protect confidentiality in other parts of the bill. And you know, if this bill is about doing some of the things that the minister talked about in his opening remarks about encouraging good relationships and transparency, all of those good things, why shouldn't people know in general terms what's happening in their backyard? Great, and I believe that Indigenous governments should be entitled to that information, but I don't see what the problem is in sharing that information more broadly. Maybe even it's different kinds of information. The minister could define that through regulations. And this is what happens now in places like Ontario and Quebec. So why can't we get with it and do the same things here? You know, all of this is going to be at the discretion of the minister anyways, because the minister is going to have the authority to define what this notice of intended work is going to be in regulations. So I think this is perfectly reasonable. I haven't heard any reason why this can't be done. Sorry we had to walk everybody through this, but I think people get a small taste of some of the frustration the committee had in trying to work with the minister and his staff on what we felt were some reasonable things to bring us up to best practices in other parts of Canada. So I don't see what the problem is in doing this. All of this is going to be at the minister's discretion in any event in the future. So I hope that members would support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a key component of this motion is how it relates to the parent clause. And to quote from that, there is an exception section that says, nothing in this act requires a document to be included in the registry under subsection 3 that is or may be prohibited from disclosure by any other act of the Northwest Territories or Canada, or contains information that is provided implicitly, explicitly, in confidence to a person or body exercising powers, performing duties or functions under this act. So that means if a third party, including a business interest, came forward and said, this is confidential information, that it couldn't be disclosed. So, you know, the rationale I would have liked to hear is, look, if we put this in the public registry, because everything is so confidential, there's no way we can get it in there. So why put it in there? Because it's all going to be blocked by confidentiality concerns anyway. That's something that would be clear to me. Well, don't do it then, because we're creating false expectations as a result. So the real crux of this is why can't this be done? And again, we have a minister who's willing to be the first in Canada to put forward legislated socioeconomic agreements, even after the objections of industry, you know, the continuing objections of industry over a lack of clarity. But this we have to hold fire on. This can't be done because of objections from industry. If we can do part 5, we can do this, and members should support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, Mr. Nackamayak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier on at the opening remarks of the ministers, I spoke about Indigenous governments and industry, and this is just this is a side door to. This is almost like an ATIP. I think you know, if the members are concerned, or if anybody of the general public is concerned, or interested people, you know, they can approach the Indigenous organization wherever, if it's on their lands, or industry, or the government. I think this is just. I think this would scare away industry, and also I don't think this would be approved by Indigenous governments. I'm not going to approve this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, I will allow the mover to close debate. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything to add other than I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The member has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Frame Lake, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Decho, the member for Nunakput, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Range Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Mackenzie Delta, and the member for Satu.
All those abstaining, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife Center.
The results of the recorded vote are 4 in favor, 12 opposed, 1 abstention. The motion is defeated. To Clause 7, does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Clause 7 of Bill 34 be amended by adding the following after paragraph 3R, R1. My apologies. I have my motions out of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. We will be taking a dinner break in about 16 minutes, just in case anyone's wondering here. I know we're all getting a little tired and confused. To Clause 7, committee already agreed. Thank you. To Clause 8. To Clause 9. Clause 10. Clause 11. Clause 12. Clause 13. Clause 14. Clause 15. Clause 16. Clause 17. Clause 17.1. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have a question I'd like to start with. And I want to commend the department again. This took a lot of work. The annual report requirements are new. This was something that committee worked hard on, worked with the department, and definitely an improvement. So 17.11Q says the total amount of royalties paid to the government of the Northwest Territories. So I understand that right now this actually doesn't happen, public reporting of total royalties. We do get public accounts where there's combined figures for oil and gas and mining royalties. So can someone with the department confirm for me that this is actually an improvement and is going to require greater disclosure on our part as a government? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The answer is yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's great. So is there anything that would prevent the reporting of royalties by each mine? I'm not talking about the calculation of those royalties, but disclosure to the public of an actual figure of the royalties remitted to our government by each mine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Presently, it's confidential under the mining regulations, but as part of our broader context, like we said, going forward, the review and reporting will be a part of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So it's some of our mining companies here actually are required under the Extractive Sector Transparency Measures Act, federal legislation, to disclose on an annual basis what they pay actually to our government in the form of taxes, fees, royalties. But part of the issue is that there's no consistent reporting period. But can someone confirm for me that indeed the royalties paid by those companies that do business in the Northwest Territories portions of that may actually already be disclosed under the federal legislation. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it might, but it's a self-reporting mechanism. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Now we're getting somewhere. And I raised these issues right at the beginning in some of my remarks on the bill, that it is a self-reporting mechanism, and there's different reporting periods, and there's different reporting entities. Are there any reasons why we couldn't disclose the royalties paid by each mine to the public? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a conversation that we got to have with our producers going forward, and we've talked about this many times with the committee. This is a complex issue, as I've said before in this House, and it's a conversation that deserves its own time, and we need to have those discussions going forward on how that's going to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to understand what the problem is here. It's okay to report an aggregate amount of royalties paid, but it's not possible to report that as a breakdown because of some larger fiscal review that the minister and his department want to undertake. Look, companies file an annual or will be filing an annual royalty return. They remit money to our government. What is the problem in disclosing to the public what that figure actually is? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've said before, royalties is a subject of conversation we've had in this House many times. As another member's opening comment said, there needs to be a wider context of what is actually included in what the mineral industry contributes to the Northwest Territories, such as property tax and these such of things. And that's a discussion that needs to take place, and that's why we've separated it from this act and have that conversation at the 19th Legislative Assembly. And that work has already begun to look at that process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, look, I don't want to debate the benefits that the mining industry provides to the Northwest Territories. I've acknowledged them openly in this House. They pay property taxes, they pay taxes, their employees pay taxes. That's all great. What is the problem with disclosing to the public the amount of royalties paid? That's just a calculation. This is not the entire picture, but I'm trying to understand what the rationale is to prevent disclosure of the royalties that are paid. And I just haven't heard any a good reason why that amount can't be disclosed. The other benefits, that's great. That can be part of a discussion, but why can't the royalties paid to this government be disclosed to the public for each mine? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Question's been asked and answered. Mr. O'Reilly?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Okay, I understand the minister's under no obligation to respond here, of course. So I would move that Clause 7 of Bill 34 be amended. That paragraphs, Mr. Chair, I move that paragraph 17.11Q of Bill 34 be amended by adding and a breakdown of the amount of royalties paid by each mine after under Part 6. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. There's a motion on the floor. It is in order, and it is being distributed. To the motion, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So what I heard from the earlier discussion was that, in fact, in some cases, the actual royalties paid to our government are disclosed under federal legislation. There's problems with consistency, reporting entities, and so on. Some of this information may indeed already be disclosed. This is not a debate about what the benefits are from the mining industry. This This is a debate about why a calculation of a figure of amount paid to our government under mining legislation, the royalty, why that, I guess the intent of this is to require that it be disclosed on a per mine basis. I don't think that has any effect whatsoever on the broader discussion of the fiscal benefits of this industry. This is about providing for greater disclosure, revenues that our government gets, and a breakdown. So I'm trying to understand what the problem is with this, and I have not had an adequate explanation from the minister. So I would hope that in the interest of transparency, greater accountability, that members in this House would support the reporting of this information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to make a point for the record about why I abstained from the last motion, and I plan to abstain again. This report on the Mineral Resources Act landed on my desk today, still warm from the photocopier, 2 centimeters thick. I haven't had an opportunity to go through it, and I am not part of this committee, so I haven't been in the discussions of the Act itself and the development and modification of it. The clause-by-clause review was held on the same evening as the clause-by-clause review for the Corrections Act. And so the point I want to make is that there is very limited communication between the Economic Development and Environment Committee and members who are not on that committee about the development of this bill. And I don't feel I have the information available to make informed decisions about it, and so I'm not going to either support or oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. To the motion, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're all pressed for time, Mr. Chair, so we're doing the best we can, I think, as members, as the House is doing the best it can. Okay, so on the motion proper, I think I think there is a need for a more global transparency environment that kind of governs how we do this across the board, and not just for the minerals industry, but also for oil and gas. And that might be a standalone piece of legislation. It might be consequential amendments, a bill that amends several pieces of legislation to deal with this, but just putting the cart before the horse in regards to this, what we know is coming, a comprehensive review. I think this is too soon, because my fear with this is if these royalties don't come in to a degree that provides public confidence, let's say, that mines are paying their fair share, because it's only judging royalties and it's not judging the other revenues we face, we could politicize this issue to a point where it becomes unhelpful. And I would suspect that might be the minister's concern at this point as well. If we do a complete picture, we take a holistic look at all the fees, all the taxes, everything that's been done, because we do things differently in the Northwest Territories, then we can come to a clear picture of the benefits and the costs and benefits of the mining regime, and make a plan to deal with transparency. If anyone knows me, it's that I stand for transparency, but we have to do it in the right way, and I would like to see a more comprehensive approach to our extractive sectors across the board. And again, whether that's a new piece of legislation or a new act that provides consequential legislation, that's the way to go, so we're not coming back to this factor. So at this point, I can't support this motion. I think it's a commendable effort to raise this again, but I think we need to wait for that more global approach to everything that is wrapped up into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have to the motion, Mr. Nakamayak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to reference the